Good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is for you, everybody. Welcome to Low Ink April 2023, Day 2, the start of Alpha Bracket. My name is Saf, and on here on the mic with me today is the wonderful and great Jeannie. Jeannie, how you doing today?
I am doing so good. I'm so excited to be able to do Day 2 of Low Ink. Last month, I was able to do groups, but this time, being here for the Day 2, we're in the bracket where all the teams are ready to go. I know we're going to have some really spicy and elite matches. Starting off on Splatoon's Umami Ruins, it's a map that, honestly, I haven't seen too much play on yet. It's really favored towards having open sightlines, whether that be with a crab tank or a charger. Or even sometimes I can see Zukas go absolutely next level here. What do you think, Saf?
Splat zones, I kind of agree with you, Jeannie. I'm a little bit unfamiliar, I think, with splat zones in general, but I did have the pleasure of commentating for Clamblitz on the oh-so-wonderful KO Calamari match that happened last month or the month prior, and this map can really flip-flop quickly if you're not careful, if you're not watching your flanks, if you're not watching your back. Things can go sideways pretty quickly if you're not careful, and I would assume that Splat Zones is going to treat us the same way. So I'm excited to see what C-Drive and Benthic Brigade are going to bring to the table here, especially both very strong teams and consistently getting into these higher brackets. So it's going to be exciting for sure.
Yeah, it's so unique with this map because it is a double zone. The double zone and they're so long. It feels kind of like a really large zone, like almost Kelptomesque kind of thing, but not quite that big. It's hard to fully have control at all times of both zones. That's what I'm trying to get at. But we'll see. The comps are going to be rocking out. We've got the heavy spotting coming out. I like that pick as long as there isn't a charger on the other side. And that's Endbound out with the bow. The Tri-Stringer, a great weapon to cause a lot of poke damage really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And the bow, too, by Endbound is a great pick and a great choice on this map. And Endbound is a strong bow player as well, Jeannie. I don't know if you've seen their use of this Tri-Stringer before, but man, it is something to be reckoned with. And right away, C-Drive is going to go ahead and get their first few points on the board.
Yeah, first few points are out, and that Killer Whale does a lot of chip damage, allowing C-Drive to really push up. They've got some good control as long as Endbound can stay on that high ground in mid. That entire right side of that tarp is just going to be completely in control of C-Drive.
Yeah, definitely. And as you can see, just as you said, Endbound is going to be very comfortable on this higher ground here, getting a really good pick there and also getting the assist as follow-up as well. You have Kaoka kind of trying to follow up here with that splash as well. 50 points down already for the side of C-Drive at this moment, and it seems like Benthic Brigade is kind of struggling to get out of here. Hopefully this Booyah Bomb can clear some space for them.
The Booyah Bomb plus the Crab Tanks are the only things that they can really help to get out of this spawn. The Wave Breaker is going to be used defensively, but that's going to only kind of push C-Drive a little bit back. The zones are so heavily contested. Can Benthic Brigade paint over the zone that they need to get? These double zones are proving to be a little bit too difficult. If the jumps come in, this would be catastrophic. They cannot fall in this situation. They do fall. The rest of the members of Benthic Brigade have fallen. This is catastrophic for them. C-Drive, they're looking to take this game by storm.
Absolutely, and once again, Endbound being so comfortable on that top mid area, and especially being able to use that Killer Whale to their advantage to kind of displace the members of Benthic Brigade. Benthic Brigade, unfortunately, just not being able to find their footing to get into this map, and ending on a note of someone falling off the map there, unfortunately. But wow, C-Drive coming in by storm on this first match.
I gotta say, the matchup of the backlines on this map can prove to be honestly insane with how flat they are. Heavy Spotling beats all I find it does really well on this map against all comps that don't run like another backline. It struggles against Hydra, it struggles against any charger, and Bow, give it or not, it actually completely gets obliterated by Bow. Toxic Mist plus the Bow's chip damage, Heavy does not have a good time. There's no real good entry point, and we saw when C-Drive gave up control, they didn't fully give up control of both zones. They gave up control of one and only kept the one on their right side in neutral. If they had fully given it up, there would have been a penalty, but they didn't give that up, allowing themselves to get respawns, jumps back in, and their specials were just kind of better for holding on. Benthic Brigade also invested all 4 specials into that their push, meaning that when the counter push came through, there was nothing left in their tank.
Yeah, and you know, that's one thing, Jeannie, I just love about double zone picks is, I mean, it's okay to give up that one. If you need to kind of give yourself some time to get back into map, get back into formation, it's okay to give up that one zone that maybe isn't in front of your spawn. As long as you're able to maintain at least one and keep the timer in the neutral zone, you could be in good standing and give yourself some time to kind of realign. So, I mean, Ztrikes just did that excellently. They knew that it was okay for them to kind of give up that second zone for a little bit there, because as soon as they were able to kind of realign themselves and get back into that map, it was smooth sailing for them from there.
Clamblitz Hagglefish Market. I really, really, really like this map, especially for the comp that Brigade was running. The only question mark that I will have is how are they going to be able to counteract this brush? Because we did see the Octo𝝿 coming out. Ink Brush is a little bit faster, but Octo𝝿 can still get that job done and going for the flanks and causing a lot of distraction, especially with that Zipcaster. 49er could have a field day on this map.
Yeah, definitely. And also just, I mean, it's like you said, this map is just heavy for flanking. It's perfect for flanking. And so 49er is able to get themselves into a good position and get into a good flank. Benthic Brigade could have some trouble here, but it looks like we're actually going to be switching out that heavy spotling. We're going to bring in a Nautilus and we're bringing in the E-Leader as well. So hopefully Day is able to get themselves set up right on that tent area there and make sure that they can keep a good eye out and get some call-outs for their teammates.
The Nautilus, E-Leader don't usually paint all that well, but the double splashes being able to help them out should be really good. We're going to be wanting to see a lot of those spots coming from those two longer range weapons, especially being able to combo off that crab tank with like maybe a rain comp. But again, Ztrikes, they're just pushing forward. They're driving forward. Their comp is a little bit more wacky, but I love it. They're showing that they know their strengths, and they're showing because they pushed Brigade all the way back into their spawn underneath the basket.
Yeah, and already you can see Nbound is feeling pretty comfortable being able to push up with that Tri-Stinger. They got the ball in their possession, and the first points on the board once again are going to be going to Ztrikes here with a few clams to follow up as well. And it seems like Benthic Brigade once again is struggling to kind of get out of their spawn area at this moment. A really good pick though by Day there of trying to get Slushy out of the way, but you can see all three members of Ztrikes that are still alive are still trying to push forward. Nbound trying to get up on that tent area as well. 49 trying to get a pick too off of that ledge, but unfortunately that is going to stop Ztrikes' push there at 50.
This is really good positioning as long as Trey can hit that shot onto the super jump. Oh, but the drop roller! The drop proves to be too much. Don't worry, it happens to the best of us, even me. Wow.
Yep. Oh man, I don't know if Day was expecting that to happen. You can tell that they were ready to go and ready for that jump to fall, but unfortunately just not quite finding it. Now we have that crab in mid here pairing up with the Nautilus, but the flank coming in from the side of Ztrikes. Slushy coming in and taking that crab tank out before it can really get something going. Now two members of Benthic Brigade going down. You can see that football is in transit getting into that basket once again. Only 5 points left out on the penalty right now for Ztrikes. The Booyah Bomb coming out to provide some coverage, but Slushy is the only one left standing. And can they retreat as Mr. Awesome is trying to chase them away from basket? And they do. A successful jump out.
Huge jump out. Ztrikes is just proving to be that little bit step higher than Brigade at the moment. Hopefully Brigade can find something, and they're doing well right now. They have a trading scenario. If this Nautilus can find something on the right side, he sees the members pushing up. Either they're just trying to force them back. If Slushy falls here, that would be devastating. Wavebreaker is out. The Tri-Stinger from Nbound, just on that top canopy area, proving to be so much. Proving to do so much damage to the crab tank, but 49er gets shot out through a wall on our screen. Wow.
Yeah, and Nbound is still feeling kind of cozy up on that canopy area up there, but I mean, wow, Day being able to push forward and feel okay enough to push forward that far once again. Now Benthic Brigade is going to find their way onto this scoreboard here, getting one power clam, and Tormy's going to follow up and get that second power clam in. 60 points now left on the board for Benthic Brigade, but a full wipeout now commencing, and you can see Ztrikes is going to take full advantage of that and start moving up.
Ztrikes, with how they're able to defend there with the brush, followed up by the toughness and the chip damage from that Tri-Stinger, just proves to be, if you're not coordinated and don't have a full game plan and have it fully painted, that ramp is just chaos. You just take too much damage from a brush and all that, those explosive shots from the Tri-Stinger. It's such a unique combo that I haven't seen. I'm really, really, really enjoying it from Ztrikes.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially because 49 is trying to utilize those ledges as well, trying to kind of put themselves below those ledges, making sure that maybe Day can't find a spot to get comfortable and to try to get some picks off with that E-leader. But right now, Benthic Brigade was trying to make a little bit of a push here, but C-Drive is just not going to let it happen. Once again, you have 49 protecting that ball. You have N-bound up on that canopy area, providing callouts and using that killer whale to kind of push the members of Benthic Brigade around in that back area in front of their basket right now. I mean, they already have another power clam in their possession, trying to look and see if we can score some more points here. And already you can see 49 is up in that spawn area right now of Benthic Brigade. There's definitely some callouts happening right now here, Genie, on the side of C-Drive. I mean, they are just looking for an opening here.
Yeah, they're so darn close. You don't want to go too aggressively where you just like kind of fall on your face and give up all the space and zone, but having 3 down and only the crab tank's doing a lot of damage, but I don't feel like they're gonna be able to shut down the power climb. I think there is, maybe the machine might be behind, I don't know. And yeah, there's the jump coming through underneath of the basket. The power climb will be going in all the way down to 45 with 17 seconds on the clock. 49 is just trying to run around and maybe get some more clams in, so then the Splash can jump in with this clam. But no, just gonna be wanting to set up for the defense, and I feel like C-Drive, as long as they can get their crab tanks up, this would be good for them to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are definitely in a very good position to be defending right now, Genie. I mean, they know, C-Drive knows that Benthic Brigade has to come to them with this last power clam, with overtime being about halfway over now, and especially needing at least, I believe, 2 power clams in order to take lead here, having 1 in their possession, but already 3 members are down. You only have Tormy left. Tormy able to get the pick and pick up the power clam and save it, but not having anybody else to try to push in with them. And you can see N-bound right there, and 49 ready to take them into a 2 versus 1 scenario. C-Drive once again taking the victory here in game 2.
Yeah, C-Drive, they're just overall possession of the map, possession of the ink control. When you ink the map, it's like turf war. You kind of win, especially with a brush, which can kind of go anywhere. Machines like to paint, and Dry Stringer, if you don't have to, it's not the world's greatest painting weapon, but it's a really good weapon at holding space, and they did such a good job on all the members of C-Drive. So just really play control of clam blitz. You also control the clam spawns, and at the end of the day, if you have control, if you have the space, and you have the drive and the power, you can win any game of clam blitz. They played it so textbook and so well. They didn't look like they were scrambling at any moment in time during that match.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, they definitely gave it their all, and it seemed like they had a good time doing it as well. I mean, one of my favorite things, Genie, in competitive Splatoon is when you can see callouts happening in action. You could kind of just tell from your own perspective, like, oh, they know that this person is there, and you can see that their teammate is responding to go and fight that person, or getting people into 2v1 situations and trying to pick them off individually as well. I mean, it can be so exciting to watch it happen, and I feel like C-Drive was just on the money for both of those games.
Yeah, and we have to remind everybody, we are in a double elimination alpha bracket format again. We are back to it. So, Benthic Brigade, they're not out of it. It will be a tough pill to swallow though when you go 0-2 in your first game of the day. But who knows? Maybe they just need that little bit of a wake-up call, and they can make a mean run. But oof, looking at Eminence Phantom as their opponent down in that bottom side, that'll be a difficult one, I think.
Yeah, Eminence Phantom has been a really good team these past few months with getting into these upper brackets right now. And C-Drive is going to be going against Marrow next. And you actually have Octo𝝿 also moving forward too. Octo𝝿, Genie, wow, the improvement that they have made over the last couple months is astounding.
Yeah, I've been seeing them in my ranked games and in Open, and honestly, I'm like, oh, if they're on my team, I'm like, yes, let's go. This is exciting because I feel like honestly, 90% of the time, it's a free win. And when I feel like that, when I see you in solo queue, that's a good thing to have happen, because I'm not usually the biggest fan of my solo queue teammates.
Yeah, I can hard agree with you on that one. Usually it's really difficult, and it's always fun to watch and see comp players get onto your team in different solo matches, and you're just kind of like, oh wait, who's that person? Do I know that person? What team are they on? And you're just kind of, and you can kind of see what they do and how they move, and it's like almost some insight as well to their gameplay. But also looking at this bracket right now, you have KO Calamari and Orca Ballestra going against each other too in that upper area, and also Photic Zone and Squids Ztrikes as well. Photic Zone also being a top contender in this low ink as well. I mean, they have consistently made it to alpha bracket time and time again, and have made it to almost the grand finals and close to finals almost consistently too. So Photic Zone once again rearing their heads here, and also my personal fan favorite, Secret Elixir, coming back here, getting second in low ink last month too, and they are here to try to fight for the title once again. So just some good teams on this bracket right now, Genie. I'm excited. Yeah,
that want to point out again with that Secret Elixir game you're talking about against Night Sharks. That game was 1-1. That's a nail biter of a game to start off, and I agree with you. Secret Elixir would be a favorite, especially with their previous performances in low ink. So an early 1-1 scoreboard for them is a little bit not necessarily the thing that I expected. I'm gonna point that out.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I believe in their last low ink performance they went 6-0, and then in their group stage this month they went 5-1. So still making it in though, even though they went 5-1. But I mean, yeah, definitely having a little bit more of competition this month too, with seeing this 1-1 game with Night Sharks. If they're able to break it out and get closer to victory, we'll see. Oh, and we have an update on this bracket right now. KO Calamari going down into the losers bracket right now, and Orca Ballestra is going to be moving forward into round 2, and that's exciting depending on who they're going to be against. I would be interested to see either Photic Zone or Squids going against Orca Ballestra. Orca Ballestra being a really strong team as well, so...
Yeah, I honestly, I don't even know who I want to see. From these scoreboards right now, whatever match we're gonna have, I hope it's gonna be close. Like, if I say it's gonna be close, it won't be close, because that's how it works to be on here on the mic. If you say something, it'll always be the opposite. That's the fine art of having a commentator's curse. And it's not even you the person being unlucky. It's more of the title being unlucky. Do you agree with that one, Steph?
Yeah. You kind of have to. It's almost like you have to opposite manifest what you want to see going on through the bracket. So I definitely agree with you there. We'll see what comes out of it.
But yeah, with that, I think we are going to take a little bit of a break so we can all get our voices rest up here, Saf, and we'll have the next match ready for you after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Low Ink will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Low Inc. April 2023. I am Genie7, joined by Saf. And Saf, this winner's round 2 match, back to being best of 5s, is gonna be nuts. Are you ready for it?
Honestly, no.
No. Okay.
I'm excited, but no, I'm not ready. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm excited to see Orca Ballestra on the stream once again. A fabulous team, a very strong team at that, and also Squids Ztrikes, a team that I'm really new to and have no idea who they are, and so I'm excited to see what they are going to bring to the table today, Genie. And on Splatzone's Brinewater Springs starting us off today, what are your thoughts, comments, concerns on this map mode combo?
I like it. It's a very, very, very big map that doesn't get a lot of its map utilized in zones. It's small zone in the center of the map is so focused with those giant high grounds, which E-leaders like to play on, especially Explosiers. If an Explosier doesn't have to worry about an E-leader, this map can be devastating to play against. The zone is just a war pit. You need to have a lot of space and a lot of control on it. And with the new addition of the custom jet with the rain cloud, that is another weapon that we might be able to see play. Even any weapon can be used, and at the end of the day, we could also just have trash weapons, T-Techs, Neo Splashes. It's a war zone on that map.
Yeah, we know the aggressors that are going to be there for sure, but I'm also curious about the backline that it's going to rear its head, and I agree with you. C-Jet, I'm a really big C-Jet fan and a big fan of this new kit that we've been having for it. So if it comes out in this map mode combo here, I think it's going to be an excellent pick, regardless of what team picks it. But also, like you said too, the Explasher being able to have so much paint output, and especially with this zone being so small, I mean, it can be such a big contender for people to try to go up against. But I mean, Brinewater, it's really easy to get people bottlenecked into their spawn area and to lock them out on this one. So coming into it right there, there's an Expo, there's a Dynamo Explasher on the side of Squids Ztrikes coming out, but we have the double splash combo for Orca Ballestra right now, so a lot of hyper aggression coming out for Orca Ballestra.
Respawn Punisher, Drop Roller, Dynamo. I've never seen anyone else on the planet that has used Drop Roller Dynamo other than myself, and I've been called every name out of the sun for using it. So I'm in love with that pick. That is such a unique and interesting weapon to play. They're gonna have to back out now, probably use their Tacticooler to their the super jump speed of the Tacticooler to their advantage, because they are being pushed so heavily back by Orca Ballestra.
Yeah, and already you can see Wriggle trying to get in there and try to maybe look for a couple of picks. But right out the gate, Orca Ballestra is locking Squids Ztrikes into their zone at this moment. There was a Booyah trying to come out and see if they could get some points on the board, but not quite being taken out. You have PETA being able to move forward with that Stamper right now. You can see User Drift up there with their Dynamo, maybe trying to get some paint output down so their teammates can move forward, but it's not really working out for them. The Rain Cloud is going to come out now to try to get some more ink output, maybe get some poking damage onto Orca Ballestra, but Orca Ballestra is not letting it phase them. Soshi coming out with this crab tank right now too, and it looked like there was someone coming down off that ramp. They get a pick off of User trying to come down and take them out. 11 seconds left, Genie.
This is insane. There's no way to get back in. The Stamp's coming through, but they need to get the zone. They need to neutral that small zone, and that will be game. Orca Ballestra coming through clutch. Their crab tanks prove to be too much. Dynamo and Expo just can't deal with them. And that's kind of what it came down to. It's crabs. Crabs can kind of just shut down select weapons in this game, and that's why Crab Tank is, well, Crab Tank.
Yeah, Crab does what it does, and especially when you have two of them, it can be quite formidable to try to go up against. But man, Genie, that Dynamo Explosher combo, I really wanted to see what Squids Ztrikes was going to be cooking with that, but they couldn't get set up properly. Orca Ballestra was in their spawn within seconds to just prevent them from moving forward at all.
Yeah, it's Splatoon Stamper with Zipcaster makes the Explo look silly if you can just get onto it. Because the Explo, unless you hit a crazy 90, there's no way you're living that fight. Even with the arms, the armor that it gets from the Zipcaster, and then Explosion can't deal with Crab Tank at all. Having two splashes, the paint control just was never in the side of Squids Ztrikes. It felt rough. It really did. I would have loved their comp if they were playing anything other than the supposed hard meta at the moment. So I don't want to give up faith yet in Squids Ztrikes, because if they pull out another wacky comp on whatever map they're counterpick, I feel like it might be able to work. As long as they have an answer to Crab Tank, they need to have that.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially if Orca Ballestra is going to keep running the double crab, which, I mean, is probably pretty likely, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Like, I mean, they were able to lock out so quickly and take that game off of Squids Ztrikes so easily that I don't see why they would want to make a change with that. But, I mean, Squids Ztrikes with, I'm so with you on that, Genie, that, the interesting comp coming out, and especially seeing a comp like that in Alpha Bracket, what is going on in that VC? What are we talking about? What kind of plans are we trying to devise? So, Squids Ztrikes, what do you got in store for us coming up on this counterpick? I mean, I'm excited to know. I want to know more, Genie. I want to know more. I'm chomping at the bit.
Yeah, same. Squids Ztrikes, they are going to be counterpicking Octo𝝿 Rainmaker, so that's... We'll talk about the comp in a second. Yesterday, though, they were one of the only teams in yesterday of low Inks group stage to not drop a match. They went 6-0 in matches. I don't know their exact record of map score, but they didn't drop a match. Which going 6-0, they've got something. I know you don't go 6-0 in low Ink without having a good comp idea. So maybe that was just some off the board crazy idea, getting us thinking that, maybe sandbagging, but we'll see. I'm excited for Rainmaker Octo𝝿. Tactical Cooler, we might be able to see it, but Dynamo, I don't know if we'll see that one yet.
Yeah, Dynamo really struggles on a lot of these map mode combos, Genie. I mean, it really does have a hard time trying to make its presence known and to find where its utility is going to best suit the team. And I mean, we saw in that last one with Squids Ztrikes, it wasn't quite there for them, but User Drift is actually going to change out that Dynamo. We're going to keep this train rolling with rollers, and we're going to switch to a Crack-On roller. And look at this aggression right now coming out from the side of Squids Ztrikes, that change-up happening, and we still see the same comp on the side of Orca Ballestra.
Orca Ballestra's comp, I don't really need to introduce it. That is the meta that we've seen for so long. It's more or less this Crack-On spot roller, which can be very interesting. Kraken on Rainmaker is very, very unique. As we see Rico go down on the lower ground and able to get a critical spot. This Rainmaker, it has been popped, and if they can find some work onto the back side of the Crab Tank, that would be an extremely good opening for Squids Ztrikes.
Yeah, Orca Ballestra right now, the movement that they have is insane. I mean, already there was two folks just kind of squid rolling all over the place. Soshi getting a good pick there off of User with their Crab Tank right now. You can see the members are now pushing forward with one jump in coming, and Rico was trying to get a flank there, but going for the trade instead. Another Crab coming out for the side of Squids Ztrikes right now, trying to play some defense, and the Rainmaker is going to get picked up by Squids Ztrikes, and Mitch getting a pick. You could see that Pino was trying to climb up that wall as quickly as possible, and they could not quite make it. First checkpoint is being popped, is going to go to Squids Ztrikes.
Squids Ztrikes only got a Booyah Bomb here at the ready. That Booyah Bomb should be able to help the Kraken get a little bit closer, very, very darn close to the Crack-On spot roller to have that special. That would be all super powerful here. There's a lot of specials for the defense of Orca Ballestra, but they are going down in trading scenarios. Oh my goodness, the splash is up onto the pigeon. They aren't able, sorry, the sploosh, but they weren't able to find anything there. The Crab Tanks are going out and fighting each other. Who's going to win? Who has object shot? I don't think either of them did. Mitch is going to push that Rainmaker down to 27. A great push, but not quite past that pillar.
Yeah, and Orca Ballestra right now, the paint output that they have is just wild. And you can see Soshi was trying to go in there and get another pick, or not Soshi, excuse me. They were trying to go in and get another pick there, but found themselves in a 2v1 situation. The Rainmaker is alone right now and popped. It looks like maybe we could be going for the reset here, but it seems like Squids Ztrikes is going to try to clutch their pearls on this one. They're not going to try to push forward quite yet. We have User Drift getting a really good sharking pick right now. And they're coming in with the Kraken. They get one pick, they get almost two picks. They were trying to go for it. The Rainmaker was able to jump away as quick as possible, but not quite getting out of the spawn area just yet. User Drift, wowie zowie, the sharking power that they have on here. I mean, I would be a little bit afraid if I was Orca Ballestra right now, Genie.
I would be too, because the Booyah Bomb can have so much space creation for this Rainmaker. The Rainmaker at any point in time could just start running forward. The Crab Tank is going to shred that Booyah Bomb. Booyah Bomb's used, and the Rainmaker is going to Orca. I'm breathing a big sigh of relief.
Yeah, and once again, Rainmaker is going to go back into mid. You have two specials online for the side of Orca Ballestra with one player being down. It looks like we're trying to maybe get some more ink on this field. The mid is in the neutral zone right now. The Booyah Bomb coming out and going on the opposite catwalk on the side of Squids Ztrikes right now, but Squids Ztrikes having another crab of their own online. PETA's trying to kind of zipcast out of there. They're in a rough spot at this moment. They're able to look for the pick, but getting taken out by that crab right now. We're still in the neutral zone at this moment. Nobody can pick up the Rainmaker. Orca Ballestra is having a tough time getting back into this map right now, Genie.
And the longer the clock drains down, the more potent Kraken in overtime gets. If you don't have that checkpoint broken, the Kraken can just sit outside of the Rainmaker's popping power, pop it, use it, and go towards the Rainmaker. And if you grab the Rainmaker in overtime, you're just going to die to the Kraken. Or if you don't grab the Rainmaker in overtime, then the Kraken will just pick it up and you lose. So the more clock goes off the map, the worse it is for Orca Ballestra.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what Squids Ztrikes wants right now. I mean, they were trying to run out this clock and waste time, but now you have 3 members down on the side of Squids Ztrikes. If Orca Ballestra is going to make a move, this would be the time. Voided now having that Rainmaker in possession. They're going to pop that checkpoint and pop Booyah Bomb at the same time. PETA trying to defend them, but Wriggle was just not going to let them have it. They're able to move so swiftly and get around there. The stamp is being popped. Voided getting taken out. The machine getting taken out right now. Wriggle's still in this area with this stamp right now, just causing absolute mayhem. The movement I'm seeing from Wriggle right now, Genie, is just incredible.
Insane mobility with this weapon. It is, even though it doesn't have accuracy, you can just zip and dodge across the map. It is an art form that I have not seen in quite some time. It is a blessing to see. We have 30 seconds left on the clock. Orca Ballestra, they want to get this Rainmaker all the way down to 27. That's just past that pink cushion. This could be good, but they've lost 2 of their members. 20 seconds on the clock. It's gonna be a miracle push at this point in time.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them. You can see that Normal was trying to maybe wait for their teammates to try to catch up with them a little bit, just trying to hold on to that Rainmaker, but Squids Ztrikes is just quick to strike. I mean, it's in the name. You have the stamp now ready. You had a jump in ready. That stamp was there. The Kraken was there for the defense, and Squids Ztrikes is now getting their game 1 on this board in a 1-to-1.
Yep, good, extremely good counter pick. A good counter pick is a map that you win, yes. But a great counter pick is a map that you win and you look like you have control the entire time and you're always ready. You have a good defensive game plan, you have a good offensive game plan. And that was exactly what happened to Squids Ztrikes. They didn't look stressed at any point in time. Comms looked clean and precise. Very, very, very well placed counter pick.
Yeah, and I gotta shout out Mitch, I think, too, because there was that moment in time where the Rainmaker was wide open and Mitch was able to carry it through the slicks area and get it past that pillow to the 27 mark, and then that was kind of the ace in the hole, I think, for Squids Ztrikes, because once they were able to get it past Hello, it seemed like Orca Ballestra was having a hard time to try to match that as well. I mean, they did break that first checkpoint. They found their opening to get that first checkpoint. But then once they did that, I mean, Squids Ztrikes once again was in a position where they were like, hey, you know, at this point, we just have to play strong defense. You have to come to us. We need to run out this clock, and that's exactly what they did. So absolutely good counter pick by Squids Ztrikes.
I'm interested to see what Orca Ballestra wants to take Squids Ztrikes to. Because when you have the, per se, quote-unquote, meta composition, every team kind of knows what you're going to be playing. But when you have like a crack on roller and a sploosh, that's not what you normally see. So you don't really know the strengths necessarily to those weapons. You want to take them somewhere flat, you want to take them somewhere closed in, but I kind of have a feeling with a sploosh and a roller, you want to take them somewhere nice and flat. Hagglefish is a good option, and I'm now looking at it, and it is going to be TC Hagglefish as our counterpick coming in. So, I guess my prediction was kind of on, but I also kind of cheated. So I guess you can't really call it a prediction.
I'll give it to you. I think that you were dead on. I think you got it.
Yeah. I was thinking either that or umami. It's flat. It's open.
Absolutely. And gosh, once again, Wriggle with that mobility, with that sploosh, that was just wild to see. I mean, they were everywhere all at once. What's the movie? Everything Everywhere All at Once. That's exactly what Wriggle was channeling in those few seconds there. I mean, they were all over the place in that little box area. They were down below the ramp. Like, they were everywhere. And I mean, if I was Orca Ballestra and I was also on the offensive trying to take that 1v1, I mean, I would be worried. I'd be concerned because where are they? You blink and then they're somewhere else. So I think Wriggle being able to keep up that kind of aggression and that mobility is going to be clutch for Squids Ztrikes.
Yeah, Squids Ztrikes. That's they're trying to hope to take home every single award that they possibly can. Kind of like Everything Everywhere All at Once. And a what?
What?
A what?
Now,
Hydra
Orca
and
Ballestra.
Swiffer.
What's going on here, Orca Ballestra? We're making a change up. This was their counterpick to have, and this is the comp that they are running for this counterpick. So they are cooking something here, Genie.
Yes. They are cooking. Is it going to be burnt? We'll see in 4 minutes. I'm hoping that it's going to come out perfect. And in this moment in time, it's looking everything but that. As Wriggle has the stamp and trying to stamp the hammer. I was trying to stamp the Hydra into the next dimension. But they are going to miss that flick, and unfortunately, the RNG not able to be on their side. Looking good for Orca Ballestra on their counter pick, though, to start off this match.
Yeah, definitely. Femi being on that tower right now, they're just kind of cruising on to that first checkpoint relatively uncontested here. The members of Squids Ztrikes trying to get out of this spawning area, but man, the range is on the side of Orca Ballestra here. You have Crabtank and Femi pairing up on this tower now with Booyah coming out. Peta trying to push forward a little bit too onto this flat area. One of their mates getting taken out by that Booyah. It looked like they were maybe trying to do something together, but unfortunately I think the Booyah kind of broke their formation there. Now Femi jumping back to try to provide some jumps for their teammates and successfully being able to do so. They got that tower to the 45 though, so I mean, that's a pretty significant push for the first couple minutes of the game.
This is a snowball comp for Orca Ballestra though. They can hold space, hold control, hold their range with the Squiffer and the Hydra. But as soon as they lose a lot of members really quickly, them getting back out of spawn against a roller, a sploosh, a splash, and a machine is next near impossible without a miracle. So they need to be able to defend this mid. So far, so good from them. Trading scenarios are what they want if they are going to be on the back foot at all.
Yeah, absolutely. But once again, we have Squids Ztrikes being out in this mid area. We got two folks on the tower getting it moving now to checkpoint 1 of their own. User Drift trying to get comfortable below that ledge, but unfortunately not being able to get the picks that they were looking for. 2 members now down on the side of Squids Ztrikes here. You can see there's kind of a fight to try to keep that tower into a neutral position there so it doesn't move. But Jade providing so much aggression with that Squiffer and just being able to halt the members of Squids Ztrikes back and not let them get any more space and get that tower moving much closer. But now, I mean, Orca Ballestra's in a good position to play defense.
They are in a really good position. The Squiffer actually has a nice kit to support the team in the moment. Normally, point sensor isn't the world's greatest thing, but against a roller, hold up, I'm talking 3 down. This is devastating from Orca Ballestra. Now, how are they supposed to get out? Femi's gonna have to find some madness here, but has to watch out because the Stamper is coming straight for their head, and they are luckily able to survive.
Yeah, and that tower now moving past that first checkpoint now, that just a couple more points to take this lead. The Tri-Strike trying to displace a little bit. The lead has now been flipped to the side of Squids Ztrikes right now, but with 3 members down, Orca Ballestra having all members up, this is the time to be pushing forward. Soshi is doing just that at this moment, getting some paint down into mid, but you can see Squids Ztrikes user once again trying to shark successfully and look for the pick that they want. Peta kind of coming in on that left side, Jade on the right now with the Tri-Strike, and we are pairing together. User being caught with their pants down there, I think, stuck in that position right now, but the Femi on this tower right now. Orca Ballestra is going to try to make a proper response to get this tower back into their favor.
Booyah Bomb is really close. They have a Crab Tank and a Big Bubbler. That combination on tower would be insane. The Booyah Bomb is gone. The only thing that can really And the Kraken is on board, and the Kraken goes through. He's gonna try and go on tower. Gets one. Are they able to find two before being pushed off by the Booyah Bomb? No, the lead, it's under contestation all the way down to 40. It's gonna be tied. 1 point, 1 point. Who's gonna be able to get on it first? Soshi's trying to run for the tower. Tower is running back. The members of Squids Ztrikes are here. They're able to defend. 1 point meme, and Jade hits an amazing shot, but I think it's a little too late. Peta is coming in for another fight. This lead, oh my goodness, it is held. It has held sound. Wow.
Oh my gosh, wow, Squids Ztrikes being able to hold it together and maintain their lead is quite insane. I mean, but also the fact that Orca Ballestra has enough space for Femi to be able to push forward like this is also insane to me. Once again, Orca Ballestra is going to try to make a push and take another go at it. The Kraken and the Stamp is ready on the side of Squids Ztrikes at this moment, but you also have Crab and Booyah Bomb ready for the side of Orca Ballestra. One member going down, Femi bringing out that Booyah Bomb right now, kind of holding on to it to see where the best place to throw it is going to be. The tower is once again going to be pushed by Orca Ballestra. They tried to keep it in the neutral game there for a couple of seconds, but unfortunately, 3 members now going down. Tower in possession of Squids Ztrikes. Squids Ztrikes being able to maintain this lead.
Yeah, and Kraken on tower, there's nothing that you possibly can do. Maybe shoot it off, but it'll come back again, especially against the Squiffer. That game from Squids Ztrikes, able to defend at that, I honestly didn't think 40 was going to be enough. I just honestly did not feel like it was. But they held on, they held strong, and they held tight. They knew how much wiggle room they had. They played it down to the exact moment. Because for a second there, we were tied 40-40. What a game. And to steal a map counterpick away, that's gotta feel good.
Yeah, absolutely, that's gotta feel good. I mean, oh my gosh, it's so easy for your defense to kind of crumble when it gets down to the wire like that, Genie. I mean, you really got to focus and hold together as a team and try your best to try to maintain yourselves on that map, and that's exactly what Squids Ztrikes was able to do. Orca Ballestra came in with 2 fists swinging, and they were able to hold their ground so well in that corner area, and especially because that second checkpoint can be really difficult to take. I mean, it's all the way in the corner. You have one wall of water next to you, and then you also have that upper L-shaped area to kind of get the drop down on people. And I mean, Orca Ballestra was doing their best to try to hold on to it, and especially with Femi being able to post up on that tower with their Hydra and Booyah at the right time. But man, Squids Ztrikes bringing the aggression on this one and being able to hold their lead and taking the counterpick. That's gotta feel so good.
I'm just looking in chat, and I feel like Orca Ballestra wanted to go to a zones map, maybe Zones Umami. They cannot counterpick zones. They're gonna have to find a mode other than one that they won on. It's gonna be interesting. I don't know if you don't really want to take a Sploosh or a Kraken to the Clam Blitz. Tower control was really close, so maybe another tower control. And it's going to be TC Inkling. That will be the map pick in. I gotta say it, I'm very nervous because this one's gonna come down to the wire just like the last one. And I can say that I wholeheartedly believe that one to be true.
Yeah, and Inkbot Art Academy Tower too. I mean, I said it once and I'll say it again. One of the big controlling factors of this one is the bats area. Who can take control of bats and who can utilize that area to the best of their ability. And I think whoever has the more aggressive flanking power is going to be the victor on this one, Genie, because as soon as you're able to take that bats area, it can really snowball for you once you get that tower past checkpoint 1.
Yeah, I believe we did have a swap out from Orca Ballestra, so the Hydra will be stepping out. It looks like Voiden, who's playing Machine, is back in, so that does make sense. Booyah Bomb and a Machine in bats. I don't think there's another weapon that has a scarier kit with Fizzy Bomb, Machine, and Booyah Bomb to take control of bats. So that is a really good swap in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you there. The amount of object shredding power as well that the Machine has against any sort of crab tank user, I think is going to be crucial here. But we haven't really seen that much crab usage coming out from Squids Ztrikes, so I'm wondering kind of what we are going to be seeing next. The same comp coming out from Squids Ztrikes here. Still holding on to that roller, and we're still holding on to the sploosh and the splash as well. But you have Jade still maintaining that Squiffer, and you also have the trade out of that Hydra, and you still have the double crab coming out for Orca Ballestra here. So here we go, game number 4. We're getting started. Let's see.
The point that I was having in the last game, Squiffer, point sensor, not normally preferred in solo queue, but in team coordination against a roller and a sploosh, that is honestly extremely good. You completely shut down the roller if it's sharking by just throwing a point sensor at it. And that is an insane value of tool. So far, so good for Orca Ballestra. Able to run through the first checkpoint. They still have members alive, and they've got a big bubbler for this second checkpoint. As long as they can get Jade onto that tower and plop it down, that would be a second checkpoint guaranteed for them a minute into the game.
Yeah, and once again, you can see that there was two members there trying to fight for the bats area. Voiden, unfortunately, going down to the fight there, but as you said it, Jade able to get that bubble onto the tower, and PETA trying to follow up and give them some defense. But you have all 4 members of Orca Ballestra now near that bats area at this moment, to getting that tower to the 25 mark, almost to that third checkpoint, just kind of tickling that third checkpoint there. That dot is so close. Once again, Orca Ballestra is going to get onto this tower with 3 members going down, unfortunately. I mean, that's going to probably prevent their push right there. And now Squids Ztrikes is able to try to make a follow-up here. 2 specials online. Yeah,
25 though in a minute is insane. You would take that every day. If there's another push like that from Orca Ballestra, they'll win the map. That's kind of usually how math works. You take another 2 checkpoints, but their offense look good. They've got to be able to defend against this stamp, and they do. Oh my goodness, I don't think PETA expected those shots to land there at all. There are going to be some trading scenarios out. 2v2. Mitch is trying to use his Booyah Bomb to their advantage. It's going to be thrown at the Squiffer. Jade's able to stay alive in the scenario, and Wriggle does go down. Both teams trading out, but the special onslaught was able to be survive on the side of Orca Ballestra, so I feel like they are the winners in this fight.
Yeah, so far, I believe you're correct on that, Genie, but as we can see right now, Squids Ztrikes has tower in their possession. We are on our way to checkpoint 1. Crab is going to be popped, and we're looking up towards that bats area. PETA also having a crab, but losing to Petito in the crab fight there, but then Petito getting taken down pretty quickly afterwards. Now 3 members of Orca Ballestra going down. This is Squids Ztrikes' time to try to get this tower moving and to contest these points that are on this board. First checkpoint is going to be going down relatively uncontested here, and we're moving our way to checkpoint number 2. All 4 members of Orca Ballestra being up now. This is the time for them to get in there and play defense. Yeah,
Crab Tank is ready to go. This is good, but user drip. They have their Crab Tank. It's not going to be able to get there in time for Bat's control. It's going to be bullied, and they are also going to be bullied. As soon as that Crab Tank is done, you just kind of get obliterated as the roller user. And that's going to be 3 down. Make that an effective wipe on the side of Squids Ztrikes. Orca Ballestra, this is their time to go. And you see the this way from PETA. They know that it is time to go.
And now this tower is going to be moving for Orca Ballestra once again. PETA getting set up. They just needed somebody to get on that tower for them so that they could pop their crab tank and try to defend. 1 pick going down, but the Booyah Bomb by Mitch is going to be in their hands and ready to go at this moment, with 2 members of Orca Ballestra going down. And you can see now 3 members of Orca Ballestra going down. Squids Ztrikes now trying to break their way back into mid. I mean, one thing though, Genie, I feel like Squids Ztrikes has been having a little bit of trouble getting some mid control, and Orca Ballestra has been making that super difficult for them, but they are still able to get so many points on this board. They are still able to combat this double crab comp that they've been running, and they've still been able to get some points on the board. And still with about a minute left in this game, you can see Wriggle trying to cause some mayhem up onto this platform area, able to escape successfully. But once again, Squids Ztrikes is going to be moving this tower as quickly as they can. The Kraken coming out, the Booyah coming out. They're going to just try to get as many points as possible.
They're going to try, but it's going to be so difficult. Drift is going to probably be punished. They are able to get a trade scenario on a PETA, but the rest of their teammates are falling around them. 45 seconds left on the clock. Orca Ballestra, this is, that kind of feels like their game to lose. They're going to have a Booyah Bomb ready to go, though, to stop this tower. Because at any point in time, a Kraken on it, as long as it's not getting absolutely obliterated by crab tanks, it is very still devastating on that tower.
All 3 members that you can see of Orca Ballestra kind of holding on to this platform area as best as they can here. You have Jade moving over to this left side right now. They have Bubble in their possession, ready to go. 15 seconds left on this clock. Squids Ztrikes needs to get at least 31 more points to try to get the lead here off of Orca Ballestra, but right now there's no members to be seen that are getting close to this tower to try to get on there. Will we be able to go into overtime? And we will. There is 1 member on this tower taking us into overtime, but with 2 specials ready to go. The Booyah Bomb is now going to be coming out by Voiden. The GG Booyah. Wriggle getting almost taken out, but they were able to crawl back onto this tower. Now with the wipeout happening, Orca Ballestra holding strong on the tower control.
And they stay alive. They needed that one so badly. They're gonna have to go up against Squids Ztrikes counter pick, but they got it. They felt like they had to control that game. We didn't see, unlike the last tower control game, where it came down to a hectic, chaotic defense and a failed push. That one, their opening push, they played. It felt like 4 minutes of defense. That's truly what it felt like, because that opening push at 25 never ever felt right.
No, I mean, there was multiple times, I think, where Squids Ztrikes was able to get that tower pretty close to plat, but Orca Ballestra was just able to respond so quickly. I mean, we did also see PETA at one point give the this way call out, knowing that they were like, hey, you know what? I have Crab Tank ready. If someone can get on this tower, I can pop this, I can defend you, and we can get this tower rolling as best as we can. But, I mean, Squids Ztrikes still put up a pretty good fight on this counter pick, Genie. I mean, they were still able to get it to the 55 mark, which I still think is, like, pretty good considering the composition from Orca Ballestra that they were going up against, but it just wasn't quite enough. Orca Ballestra able, like you said, to be in a position to play defense for 4 minutes because they knew that they had to come to them, and they were able to hold strong.
Yeah, and this is a game 5. The counterpick now will be in Squids Ztrikes' favor. Looking at the maps, I'm feeling more or less probably a Mako game. A Mako game of some kind is what I'm feeling. That or some type of clan blitz. But Roller and Sploosh have always kind of had their fun playground on Mako. They've enjoyed shopping. They've enjoyed being able to buy whatever they want. And while we wait for that counter pick to come in, I do have the updates from all of the other matches, and we know who are in the semifinals. So Miro is in the semifinals. They will be playing the winner of this game. And our other semifinal, which will be on stream, will be Secret Elixir versus Octo𝝿.
That's gonna be a good one, GD.
That's on stream. So yeah, we're gonna have that one ready for you as soon as this match is done, because I know they've been waiting there for a little while now.
Oh, Secret Elixir and Octo𝝿. I'm really looking forward to that one, especially just because, like we were saying before, Secret Elixir getting second place in Low Ink last month, and then Octo𝝿 just making astounding progress in the tournament scene here. I mean, getting consistent wins and finding themselves like in top brackets of different tournaments that they've been in, and once again being in the alpha bracket here in Low Ink. I mean, this is going to be quite the match to see. I'm really looking forward to watching that one. I'm like quaking in my seat right now.
It's gonna be a good one. Right now, we are just waiting on the counter pick, and nobody has a K-bot who's yelling at them with a stopwatch. There's nightmares of people who ever were at, I believe it was Genesis, where K-bot had a stopwatch, and you had a minute to make a counter pick, and you would have K-bot running at you with a stopwatch. Just, if anybody's ever seen him, that man standing, you know it's not, when he's mad, he's mad. he's not too happy in there. We kind of need K-bot at the moment with this counter pick.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this game 5 right now. I feel like we're just kind of like drum rolling to see what they're gonna pick. I don't know. I'm with you on the clams and the Mako thing, but I'm also with chat saying put them together. Let's do Mako clams.
Yeah, Mako clams would be so fun. Let's see if that's in one of the maps that we can pick. And yeah, Mako clams and Mako zones are what is available on the board. And Squids Ztrikes, they didn't win spot zones, so they could pick it. And we haven't seen clan blitz yet, so that is available to them. I was right on the clan blitz idea, but it will be going to Scorch Gorge, a phenomenal map mode combination. And in my biased opinion, who has many weapons that he enjoys to play on this map, is the best map mode combination in Splatoon. Yes, 1, 2, and 3 combined.
That's a take.
That is a take.
Genie.
That is a take, and I stand by it.
It's a hill that you'll die on.
Yes, it is a very dry hill I might die on, but I will love it.
You know, I'm curious to know, because especially this is such an open map, and there's a couple different high points for a backline to really shine and kind of take control here. But going back to Squids Ztrikes comp with having the roller and the sploosh together, I think that it could work here. I definitely think having the Kraken to be able to lead the push into the basket area could be helpful. I'm not really sure where the Sploosh would really find its footing here. I mean, unless that you just wanted to have a ton of ink on the field like how you had with the Sploosh Splash combo that we've been seeing come out from them. But I also want to know if we're going to have that Stamper come back out on the side of Orca Ballestra, and especially too with Voidem being able to play that machine so aggressively and Soshi being able to play with them with their Splash as well. I mean, what are we going to try to run here, Genie? What are you hoping to see?
I definitely know that I feel like Orca Ballestra wanted to sub out Jade to get their Hydra player in, because this map for Splatlings is a absolute paradise. It is amazing. So I would definitely see the Splashes come back, and I definitely want to see the machines come back. But I know we're gonna see what happens with this match at the moment, as we are gonna take a little bit of a sec to get in here. And I know, oh my goodness, User Drift is gonna over to that fling zone with the missiles.
And we're still maintaining that Kraken, though. You have the 96 Deco coming out from Petito there, and you still have Jade on that Squiffer, too, on the side of Orca Ballestra. We have a similar comp for Orca Ballestra, but a little bit of a change up here coming out for Squids Ztrikes. This is for all the marbles today, Genie. This is for all the marbles on the table. We're in a 2v2 scenario. This is game 5.
I didn't even notice the 96 cal Deco is out, but that is a beautiful pick compared to the regular crack on Splat Rollers. But this crab deck is making so much space from PETA. I don't think they have the clams in their economy, and no, the basket has already been broken. Wriggle just ran all the way through, and that is something when the Sploosh is able to just dodge and weave through mid like that. That is devastating. And the Stamper is coming out. How many can it find? It finds 2! It finds 2! It's going to be able to maybe get an assist. No, it gets shut down. Can Sochi be able to stand tall? They get 3! Can they be able to find the 4th? No, they get splatted by Drip. 3 for 3 both ways. My goodness, what an opening.
Yeah, I don't think Orca Ballestra was expecting that quick of a push to happen on their side, because absolutely Wriggle just kind of ran with it. They were like, you know, I'm here, I have an opening, I'm just going to go with it, and you could tell OB was kind of like, wait, what? Especially with PETA being so far pushed up with that crab tank trying to create some space, they just didn't have any follow-up by their teammates. Getting an ending pick there as their crab was running out, though. Now you're in a 3v3 scenario, almost looking for the trade on Mitch, but unable to take that fight. The wipeout happening on the side of Orca Ballestra right now. Squids Ztrikes is in possession of a power clam. They are ready to go and pop this basket once again.
They are going. They've got a lot of good specials to their name. This is the space they need. The other thing you need besides specials is definitely clams. And they have that again. Wriggle with 2. Not able to find the 3rd. Sochi with their crab gets punished so heavily. More clams need to come in. I feel like that's something that they're lacking, but now they've got it. Squids Ztrikes, they're going in. They've got the clams. They've got more players coming in with more clams. They should get the splats, and this would be an insane way to end the game. I feel like they have an opportunity. They just need Mitch to get in here, get some more splats along with the clams. They're in. This is so darn tight. Can they find it? Can the Gale find the shot that they need? And no, the sharp RNG, that will be what stops this push.
I'm laughing because Wriggle did the exact same thing twice, the double stamp kill rounding that pole area. They did it twice within a minute. The same exact thing, 2 kills in that area. I mean, what are the odds of that happening?
Like, you would think you might have an idea that like, hey, they're gonna probably go for this. If Wriggle goes for it a 3rd time, they have the stamper authority. I'm going to absolutely lose my mind. Don't.
Yes.
If they do it the 3rd time, please, Wriggle. They're going to have a power clam going into this basket. This is going to be the time. They are ready to go. The clams are into the basket. User Drift is going. Can we see if Wriggle's going to be able to find it? They go for the play again, but there's no one left alive. There's just no one here. Jade has to hit every single shot under the sun, and this game is looking to be over. Squids Ztrikes are going to be moving on in a clutch Game 5 victory.
The aggression coming out from Squids Ztrikes on this one. This was the counter pick for them to be choosing today, Genie. I mean, they knew exactly what they were doing and what they were picking to stay into this game, and they just exhibited it here. I mean, I think Wriggle get that double kill with that stamp twice. They were ready to go with clams throughout the entirety of the game. I don't think I saw Wriggle not have clams in their pockets once. Throughout that entire game when we were watching them, they had clams the entire time. The clam spawns were on the side of Squids Ztrikes for this one.
It was a magnificent game of Scorch Gorge Clamblets. I stand behind it. It is a phenomenal map mode combination. It can snowball out if you just get obliterated by specials, but that is every map in this game. It's such an art form made, and the perfect amount of chaos with control. Such a good series and such a great game. It is not over for Orca Ballestra. They still have a losers bracket that they have to play in, and they have a losers run that will definitely not go down with it. They're not going to go down without a fight in the league. I tell you that right now. We do have a match ready for you on the other side of a quick break. I know Secret Elixir and Octo𝝿 are here. They are here and they're ready. And I know staff wants to get ready because I know staff is extremely excited for this one.
So ready. I'm so ready.
Oh, we're going to actually keep going. We're going to talk right through this break. Stop. Awesome. We have Secret Elixir, Octo𝝿 ready to go here. Stop. Are you ready for whatever Secret Elixir's got? Because I know you know a lot more about these two teams than I do, but I have seen a lot of good action between both of them on all their streams in the past.
Yeah, Secret Elixir is a strong team, Genie. I mean, you have Kurta holding up the backline with that heavy splatling. You can usually see Soda running a splash, and they are just hyper aggressive with their splash crab combo. And usually, a lot of times, you have kind of the wild card coming from Jer. I've seen Jer use the NZAP 89 with these super chumps, and they have used it to their advantage, and it has worked for them. Even though some people doubt super chumps, I mean, I've seen Secret Elixir use it to their advantage, and it has worked out for them tremendously. And I'm just jazzed to see what they're going to be bringing to the table here, and especially with their newer addition of OBT coming into the team from Aquatic Vanguard.
Oh, wow.
OBT is also a very strong player to be joining into this roster. So, yeah, it's going to be a good one for sure. I have a very soft spot in my heart for Secret Elixir, and I'm just so happy to see them in Alpha Bracket once again.
Yeah, this is honestly, I haven't seen the roster in a little bit, and this is some extra spice that I've enjoyed. Our first map will be Splat Zones on Mako. We are still in our best of 5 category. So everybody who wants to get your gambas in, get your gambas in before it is too darn late. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm so darn excited.
Yeah, and another thing too I want to note, Secret Elixir getting the second place in Low Ink last month, but also with Octo𝝿. Octo𝝿 was the winners of LSL earlier this month. So you have a top contender LSL team coming in to the second place winners of Low Ink from last month. So again, two very strong teams coming head to head here in this round 3. So I mean, Genie, I think chat and ourselves, we're in for quite a treat here getting to watch both these teams duke it out.
It's going to be nuts. And we've got everybody here ready to go in the lobbies. So it will just be momentary before we have this great action coming your way. This has been so good. We went from a best of 5 now straight into this game. No real break, but I'm so darn excited. The more Splatoon action for me, the better. I like any time that there's chaos, and chaos is Splatoon. It is a wonderful and colorful game that we all love to play. Zones Mako, though, it's a map that if you get locked out, if you lose a special battle, like your re-engagement of a special battle, the map can be over so darn quickly if you're not careful. That the second fight after the opening zone cap will be critical, and that will, in my opinion, set the entire tone for this game, as it always does for Zones Mako.
Oh boy! Okay, and we have matching splash backgrounds too. Okay, this is gonna be so good.
I love how excited you are over matching backgrounds, but I am too.
So good.
They should definitely match their badges. That would be awesome. But you know, that's a little bit too much to ask for.
Okay, as I expected, we have Kurta on that heavy splatling, you have OBT running that sloshing machine, and Jer is actually going to be running that Neo Splash, so using the Tri-Strikes to their advantage here to try to hold that zone, and you also have Twig, who is a fantastic 96 deco user. The first blood, though, is going to be going to Octo𝝿 here by Rose. Now they have Crab set up 3 members of Secret Elixir down right out the gate, and you have Octo𝝿 getting the first couple points here for themselves on this board with only 30 seconds into the game.
Yeah, 30 seconds. This is the fight that is all important, though. Whoever falls now will really decide how this match this match plays out. We do have a rain cloud going through. We're going to try and see a Booyah Bomb come out from Secret Elixir. They're going to try and throw this in zone. They've got a wave breaker at the ready, but you got to use it a little bit closer to zone. Luke is going through with that Kraken. Can they find anything? They see one member, but they probably won't be able to find that spot. Going to be retreating back to safety. The members of Secret Elixir need to stay alive in this scenario or take somebody down with them. And so far, so good with taking each other down in trade scenarios. But at some point in time, they're going to need to have the upper hand and paint this zone.
Yeah, and already, too, you could see Taro was trying to get Jer into a fight there, but Jer was able to be the successor of that fight. Now, Secret Elixir is going to be taking this zone and flipping it back into their favor. No penalty on the board for them. They have to get it down to the 26 mark at this moment, which is quite a lot of ground, I think, for them to try to make up, and especially with the paint output that you have coming out
Ooh,
from
Octo𝝿. Twig went over 3!
Octo𝝿 being able to have 3 members down. The Kraken by Twig able to take down 3 members. Secret Elixir is going to be able to push forward and utilize that triple down to their advantage.
My goodness. And now they've got to paint the zone. They can't forget about the objective. Okay, please. Thank you. Whew. When you have control zone, please paint it. It helps. It helps you win games. Trust.
OBT getting kind of cornered there by Tort, by the Viper there. You could tell they were trying to maybe take their attention off of that zone a little bit now. But you have Tort with the Stamper trying to push Kurta out of the way, getting them some pressure. Kurta gets taken out, but Twig is able to follow up and get the kill to kind of combat that as well. But now the zone is in control by Octo𝝿 at this moment, and you can see Twig is trying to just put down some cover fire right now until OBT can follow up with them at this moment. The Booyah is going to come out. The zone is now in neutral and being taken by Secret Elixir once again.
Secret Elixir has an opportunity. Twig wants to go in with that Kraken here for Octo𝝿. They're going to try and go in with it. They're so darn close to the Kraken. They need to get up. They're going to use it, but they won't be able to get the Kraken off in time. The shots are going to be found by the machine. The zone is under neutral. Now it has been capped really darn quickly by Octo𝝿. This is an insane way to get back in. They want Rose to be able to get on top of this right stack. That's where an Exploit can do the most amount of damage. Especially with that new sign in the way, it's not as effective on the left.
Yeah, and once again, Twig coming out with that Kraken. They're looking for the picks. They get at least one pick right now. Secret Elixir back in control. The second pick getting Tort taken out. You have this machine and the Viper now being taken out, and Twig looking onto this platform area for any more picks and or just fighting for some ink coverage here with the walls to help protect them. The penalty for Secret Elixir is now down, and we are just trying to run out this clock as quickly as possible. We just have a few seconds left. Two members now getting taken down, one on each side, but the zone is going to go back into Octo𝝿's favor.
Yeah, Octo𝝿, they have the members here. They can try and scenario. Twig is able to get out with their life, which is insane because they were at 98% on that Kraken. So they will have this for their push in. With those tri-strikes, that combination will force the members of Octo𝝿 into situations where they will most likely get spotted by this Kraken. Or just give up the zone. They actually didn't give up the zone, nor did anyone fall. I feel bad for Secret Elixir, but they were able to get the zone back anyway.
Yeah, I loved seeing Twig try to enter in through the map on that right side while the strikes were going into the zone. So it was kind of like, you need to focus zone, but you also need to watch this Kraken is going to try to come in from the flank. You have Twig once again getting set up on this right side, taking the Stamp, having the Stamp chase them, and Kurta able to take them out from behind. The Explosion trying to get some ink down, but Secret Elixir is not going to let them have it. Secret Elixir now having the zone in their control. They just have a few seconds left to try to take this lead. They are fighting for control here. Just a few seconds. 2, 1. Oh my gosh, just 1 second to go, and Octo𝝿 takes it back in and forces that penalty back onto Secret Elixir.
They force it back, but they give up almost all their... There's just so few alive. Twig's gonna have to find this kill on the machine in this low ground, but they get taken out from their own spot. But the trade comes out. The zone is in control for Secret Elixir. This is their time. They got overtime. Can Torp find anything with these Torps? They are gonna have to be a big difference maker, along with that splash with the crab tank. Here we go into overtime. Can Secret Elixir hold on? There's not much time on the penalty. Torp does see a jump. Can they camp the jump? They will be able to camp the jump, and they'll go down in the trading scenario. Paint is out. Wheel Bomb is out, and Octo𝝿 sneaks the paint down onto the zone in that moment of hesitation from the Booyah Bomb.
Oh my gosh, Genie, I'm shaking, like, Secret Elixir was really trying to hold it down for that one, but Octo𝝿 was able to just maintain that ink on the zone for as much as they could, and they just had nearly enough there to hold it into the neutral zone and get just a little bit more to take it back into their favor. But you could tell Secret Elixir was putting up a fight to be won in that one to try to hold on.
My goodness. That was game 1. Please tell me we're in for a series like game 1 on repeat. This is going to be so darn good. Secret Elixir, they gave up a big deficit of a lead in the first fight. That's kind of what happens when the second fight, you don't win it. After the first fight, the match can really go quickly. They didn't lose the second fight, but they also didn't win it. Meaning that the zone timer just kept ticking down, and that's what killed them. They were never able to get lead back, and Octo𝝿, when they needed it most, they were able to paint that zone. They were able to paint it twice.
Yeah, and one thing too, Genie, that I always love about splat zones is it's like, if you can take I feel like this is the one game mode where one of the biggest things is trying to take the attention off of the objective. And I feel like both teams, were trying to do that to each other, but they just were not letting it happen. I mean, the focus on objective was so strong. You kept having the Exploser contesting when the zone was being painted. You kept having people trying to flank behind the stacks, but then you saw that Secret Elixir was able to force a couple members into a 2v1, but then also Octo𝝿 was able to do the same thing, and then you also had Twig just running chaos, just so chaotic with that Kraken too, entering from different sides of the map as well. I mean, being able to take your attention off of objective is such an easy thing to do, and it's what can really snowball a zones match, but both teams, I mean, were holding so strong to not allow themselves to do that, and I mean, it really came down to the wire. It was a 1-point difference.
Yeah, I believe the map pick is in. It is on our screen, but it's not in the lobby. So I'm not 100% sure if that is the true pick. That is the pick. Scorch Gorge Combats. Gonna go off here, Sav. Kurta should have an insane field day. This is Heavy Spotling's best map mode combination since Clown Blitz on Octo𝝿, and that says a lot. The grading on this map is crazy. The Wavebreaker positioning, if you're on the offense, you can put it on there's the pillow that's on the edge of the zone, just by the drop of the snipe ledge. If you put it and it falls just to the right, so it leans, it is indestructible without you being in range of the heavy lasering you. Sprinkler positionings here are great. Wavebreaker allows you to have a great offensive and defensive special, and you don't get obliterated by chargers on this map. This has been Genie7's talk about Heavy Spotling.
Signing off.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kurta's definitely going to have a good position, I think, here for this one, too. And honestly, I feel with seeing how Twig and OBT could kind of move the map together on Mako Splat Zones, I think that they're going to probably do that again right here. And especially with Jer being able to run that Neo Splash, having so much mobility and providing a lot of coverage with those strikes, too. Unless that's not what they pull out this time. But you also have Tort using that Wiper, too. They were in a lot of good flanking positions at the right time as well. So Secret Elixir, once again, is going to maintain the same comp, and you actually have a pretty similar comp coming out from the side of Octo𝝿 as well. We're still holding on to that Exploser by Rose. That's an interesting choice in my opinion. What do you think, Genie?
It can counteract the Heavy if the Heavy stands on. Heavy has one option, and it's a really good option. Stand on the grading. If you're on grading, you just... Explo can't really kill you. It has to hit those direct shots, and it's extremely difficult. So far, Secret Elixir, they have the advantage, and they want to get these strikes onto mid. Just try and force the members of Octo𝝿 into a dangerous situation where Heavy can absolutely obliterate.
Yeah, and you have OBT here taking Tort out. Tort was trying to go for maybe a sneaky play, maybe looking for a jump in, but OBT was pretty keen on that and able to take them out. You have Rose being set up on that top mid area, and OBT is not going to be afraid to try to take that fight right now, trying to push them off of mid, kind of taking their attention away from what's happening down below and bottom mid. Twig once again coming in with that Kraken, trying to push their way into this basket area, but not really a lot of follow-up happening. There's two members now on that side. So both of them going down, forcing them into a corner at this moment. Two members now down on the side of Octo𝝿. You have Secret Elixir with enough clams to try to make a pop here, and they do, with the crab coming out from Octo𝝿 to try to follow up and push them back. I think 80 is going to be their only number here.
Yeah, they had 8 clams that formed power, and they missed on the jump. The jump was a little bit too close to the wall for Kurta to be able to get that in. And here goes Tort with that stamper play that we had been seeing before, and this time gets shut down. Secret Elixir must have been watching stream because they counterplayed that stamper play perfectly.
Yeah, now the lead is going to be flipped to the side of Octo𝝿, but 3 members are going down. They kind of just had to rush and see if they could get as many clams in there as they could, stopping them at the 74 mark at this moment. Twig having that Kraken online and ready to go for another go round of trying to get more clams into that basket right now. We're in the neutral game at this moment, though. 3 minutes left. I mean, Genie, anything could still happen.
Absolutely anything. The Tri-Strike combination with the Kraken is devastating. The Kraken forces you in a bad situation that the Tri-Strikes would you're either going to fall to the Tri-Strikes or to the Gal. It's unfortunately though for Secret Elixir, they did not use that combination at the same time. They did lose. They lost OBT as well in this scenario. The Kraken is out. The Wiper has fallen. I don't know if Secret Elixir though has the clams to their name to want to go for a push.
Yeah, and it looks like they are trying to maybe displace the members of Octo𝝿 at this moment. They do have a power clam in their possession. You can see Jared trying to throw those strikes out to clear the basket right now. Tor coming in, though, for the flank to try to take Jared out, but is sought out immediately. They are able to find them. Kurta holding onto this power clam right now, maybe potentially waiting for a jump in, trying to save both of these balls right now. With the Booyah, though, coming in by Tato. Tato able to get at least one pick. Rose jumping in with the power clam. The basket is going to be popped once again with follow-up. Secret Elixir is going to need to put some defense here to stop this push.
It's going to be dangerous. They are losing their members, but they have actually gotten a foothold. They had another power climb at their name. Now Kurta has that one and a pity climb. This could be good. A minute or just under 2 minutes left on the clock. Specials will be good for Secret Elixir, but Octo𝝿, that Crab Tank plus a Booyah Bomb and a Rain Cloud approaching. This is going to be a dangerous hold, but 2 are gone already.
Yeah, 2 down now on the side of Octo𝝿 that make it 3, 2 of them on the respawn. Kurta able to jump in with that clam, but is taken out immediately upon jumping. Or no, they are still alive. It was a different member of Secret Elixir getting taken out. Kurta is still alive. The Wavebreaker is out. Jer has that in their possession. They are going to throw those strikes to try to clear this basket area as best as they can. 2 members of Octo𝝿 being taken down. Secret Elixir now popping this basket once again. You have Twig and OBT on the side there to try to throw some clams in right now. Tort coming in, the trade being taken, and the lead being taken now by Secret Elixir.
My goodness, and Rose just trying to get these expo shots down, but they're going to get punished. They try to go. More clams are on the board, ready to come in for Secret Elixir, but they have to throw them in. They have to throw them in now if they want to keep it open, and they will. They will. The clam spawns are in their favor. There's some on the snipe, there's some on that position, but they forget to put them in the basket. Oh, I think that might come back to bite them.
Yeah, and it looked like they were trying to clear a little bit more space to give themselves some more time, but yeah, I don't think maybe throwing those clams in would have been the better option now with Octo𝝿 being able to respawn back into this map, but mid control is heavily in favor of Secret Elixir at this moment. They still have a pity clam in their possession and a power clam being held on by Kurta. You can see OBT was trying to go for maybe a ledge kill there, unable to find a Twig, being able to pop this Kraken, getting 1 kill, 2 kills by Twig, 2 members down now again on Octo𝝿, and it looks like Secret Elixir is still going to try to play defensively here. We have 5 seconds left on this clock, Genie.
5 seconds left on the clock. The only good special on defense is a Tri-Strike, and there's nothing. There's maybe a Crab, maybe a Stamper ready to go for Octo𝝿. They have to go in. Stamper's going in. What can it find? Absolutely nothing. Shut down. To defend. The Crab is out. Rose is trying to find their way in, but they have to go to here. They have to go now. How are you supposed to get into a heavy spotting in this situation? Rose is trying to go, but there's just no paint, and the heavy is there. Kurta shuts the door with a Wavebreaker at the ready.
Oh my gosh, I think Secret Elixir had it in the bag there. Not only did they have one person standing behind the basket to throw down some cover fire, but they also had Kurta posted up on that post area too with the heavy as well. So there was just a lot of ink to be had in front of that basket area, but you could tell that Octo𝝿 knew it was do or die in that scenario to try to get that power climb in there, but the cover fire was just too strong. Secret Elixir taking us into a 1-1.
That match was tight. It was close, but Secret Elixir, they had it. Their push was good, and I felt so bad. They had the space. They had 3 members up. They had some clams around them. They didn't grab them and throw them in. They had the space. No members of Octo𝝿 were there ready to stop them, ready to fire at them. But luckily for them, their defense held strong, showing that Heavy is just better on that map. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. There's no better map for that weapon. How much do I like Heavy? A lot.
A lot.
Please give it a new kit that doesn't die out of chargers and so. Please.
Oh my goodness, that was really, really something to watch. I mean, both teams are just so powerful here, Genie. Both of them are so strong, and they were able to really pull it out in this Clan Blitz game. I mean, we were both kind of worried for Secret Elixir there, though, when they got that initial push and didn't get the rest of those clams, and they were able to hold the basket open for a pretty decent amount of time, I think, but they were able to play the defense game to the best of their ability, and they were able to hold it out. And I think, too, you could tell Rose was trying their best to get those expo shots into that basket area to clear some space, but the cover fire was strong, and the counter pick coming out is going to be tower control on Manta Maria.
Yeah, tower control Manta Maria. I was thinking we're probably going to go to Rainmaker with that I have been seeing from Octo𝝿, but they maybe want to save that for later on. But with a more unique pick. TC Manta, though, I don't know if you want to take a Machine, Gal, Tri-Strike using Splash and a Heavy here. It's not the worst map for that composition. I will tell you that right here and right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking Heavy for Secret Elixir is going to stay. The Heavy Splatling will stay in, but I'm curious to see if Jer is going to bring out that NZAP 90 or 89 with those chumps, because they have played that combo on this map mode before. So I'm curious to see if we are going to drop the strikes and we're going to bring in the chumps for this one. I'm curious. It might not happen, but I have hope that it will, and I would be laughing all the way home if that is what they end up picking, bringing the chumps into this one. Everybody
but Rose readied up instantaneously. So if there's anyone that swaps, unless they all have amiibos or all change up their weapon before they came into the lobby, which I wouldn't recommend because your opponents can see you swap. I think Rose is the only one to swap. And oh, Tato actually swaps over the Expo, and we have a Range Blaster. Return of the Range Blaster. Everyone who loves range, please be ready for this.
Okay, Rose too. I do recall seeing Rose play this Range Blaster, and they play it well, Genie. They are a menace with this Range Blaster, so I think Secret Elixir is going to have a tough time with that, but we also see that Jer is going to be sticking with those strikes, which I think is a good idea. Secret Elixir has not changed their comp. Once again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it works for you, why would you change it? Why would you fix it? And once again, Rose is already trying to apply pressure on that bunker area of Secret Elixir, and they were almost successful in it, keeping 2 members back. The first points on this board are going to be taken by Octo𝝿.
Here they go. This is a push to start going. They've got the Expo trying to force the Heavy out of position. With this checkpoint, it's being under contention. Normally the Expo would be able to get the Heavy in that scenario, but so smart from Kurta just to stay alive. And Rose, that Wavebreaker, forcing the members of Secret Elixir so far back. Watching a Range Blaster do its work from below the ledges is so entertaining. It has been so many years since I've seen this thing be utilized.
Yeah, Octo𝝿 definitely makes it work for them when Rose has it in their hands. They are very, very good with it. Now 3 members of Secret Elixir going down. Octo𝝿 moving and sailing over to this second checkpoint, but you have Jer coming out with those tri-strikes to prevent them from doing that. Tort with the stamp looking for the pick, but not able to throw it quite far enough, and throwing some torps out as well to try to get some tracking down. Twig looking to see if they can take this fight with Tort, but Jer is going to come in with the support to try to help them out here. But that tower is still moving, but with 3 members down on the side of Octo𝝿 right now, Secret Elixir, it is their time to shine to get this tower moving.
I'm pretty sure that was OBT that just walked up and got 3. There was no one else around the tower, and I just saw OBT walk away casually from 3 X marks on the map. You know what? Cool guys really do look at explosions and just, like, don't even look at them. They just walk away, looking real awful.
OBT just
no.
trying to take a fight with Slick here, unfortunately going down. Slick able to take them down. Tato going down to Twig, though. Rose being able to jump in, but getting taken down as well. Mid control is now in the hands of Secret Elixir at this moment. They are not moving this tower quite yet. Looking to get a little bit more map control before we do, and now Secret Elixir is going to get their points on the board here. You have Kurta posted up on this tower with this Heavy Splatling on checkpoint number 1. Twig looking over to this left side, trying to watch their back here. 2 members of Secret Elixir trying to take this checkpoint right now. We're on our way to checkpoint number 2. Rose trying to break in, though, from the flank and unable to do so, but still 3 members of Secret Elixir have gone down. The tower is now moving back into mid.
Where's Twig? Oh, Twig is there. Twig is in absolute no Squids land. They're in the spine of Octo𝝿. They're gonna have to jump out. Tort is in a good position from that low ground. That low ground ledge for a Wiper can be really good. If Rose can get some really good directs down onto Kurta when they are charging off that spotling, that's a way to really break through. But you also have to have paint control around a Range Blaster, or else it just kind of gets obliterated.
Yeah, and it looks like Rose was maybe looking to do that, but you have OBT trying to follow up and push them off of that bunker area, and they are successful in doing so. Slick trying to provide a little bit more ink coverage, getting some squid rolls in there to try to avoid some shots onto them as well. But now we have Octo𝝿 taking this tower once again. Ink Strikes coming out to try to clear the space around the tower. Tower is now moving back into the neutral zone. One down, Tort being down on the side of Octo𝝿 at this moment, but the tower is still going to be moved by Octo𝝿 at this moment. I mean, Secret Elixir is just having a hard time to try to break into this tower space.
Yeah, they can't get out of their own map, like below, out of their own bunker. They want to get mass control for that spelling. They want to get mass control so then Twig can go off with that gal. But they're just gonna have to find, like, brute force their way. They use 2 specials just to get there, but they've already lost 1. They need to find some more with this, or else they're gonna get absolutely obliterated again by this combo of Octo𝝿 on that Expo and Rose with the range buster. But all the space is being given up. We're under a minute remaining, and there's not a huge lead here for Octo𝝿. I'm a little bit worried about this.
Yeah, they are still trying to maintain a lot of ink coverage in their spawn area and on their bunker right now. The tower moving back to neutral, the 3v3 situation right now. OBT going down, and you have Slick going down at this moment. 3 specials online, though, right now for Secret Elixir. Something is going to be cooked here. You have Booyah Bomb and Kraken now coming out. Both of them just trying to clear the space for themselves and get these picks out of the way. Now 2 members of Octo𝝿 going down. It looks like Twig was maybe looking at that tower. Now we have someone on the tower for Secret Elixir to try to get that moving. Twig once again trying to look for some picks, getting some ink coverage down. The Ink Storm is now out, though, for the side of Octo𝝿 to get some chip damage. And Rose trying to get the kills, and the wipeout happens on Secret Elixir once again. Octo𝝿 taking the win here.
Oh my goodness. Rose was uncontested from range, shooting at tower. You cannot let that massive explosion radius blaster just shoot you from tower. It will shut you down every time. You cannot survive 2 shots from that thing. Some people say you might, but Ink Armor is no longer in this game. So you're kind of just gonna get launched off tower if you're not careful. And that's what happened. Rose in the position at the end with a rain cloud, with the help of Tort. This counter pick, it was a nail biter, but it was successful.
Yeah, I was really worried for them too. This was a little bit of a worrisome counter pick once Secret Elixir got really close to that second checkpoint. I mean, the Twig! Can we talk about Twig in this Kraken for a second? My goodness. Once again, everything everywhere all at once seeing Twig with this Kraken. I mean, they were in the right place at the right time. They were watching that left side flank while Kurta was on the tower, getting that tower moving and looking at the bunker as well. And you also had Jer with those tri-strikes to try to provide some defense and some space. But my goodness, I mean, Rose being on that range blaster, they are a menace with that range blaster, Genie. But already the counter pick has been chosen quite quickly here. We have Tagglefish on tower control, and I'm wondering, is Rose going to bring that range blaster back out?
I would love to see it, but there's a little... Manta has an advantage of... Mid isn't the world's greatest thing for range blaster. It's mostly that bunker control. Bunker control means everything on Manta, and range blaster is really good at controlling. It can struggle against a lot of weapons in this game, but it's still one of the better weapons in close, in medium to mid-range engagements with walls. And that's what it's like. That's what it likes. It doesn't have a lot of maps that it likes in this game, but Manta is one of them. Hagglefish, there's smaller areas for it to be utilized, but mostly that's only at second checkpoint, and everything else it doesn't like.
I'm curious to see, are we going to make a change up here for Secret Elixir? We still have been seeing the same comp that they've been running onto this one for tower control, and actually the previous games as well, but are we going to see a change up here? I mean, Kurta consistently will be running the heavy splatling. They rarely change off of that, and I mean, this is the first time I've seen OBT coming in here. No, okay, Secret Elixir, we're going to keep the same composition, and we are going to see the same exact thing as well from the side of Octo𝝿 too. We still have Octo𝝿 on that Explosher.
Running it back. The faster that Secret Elixir can get through is the more likely they can win. They have to get through second checkpoint. That is critical to them. It's normally on tower control, how much damage can you do to second checkpoint, but they have to get through if they want to win this game. That's my opening thought. Both teams are just scrapping it out in mid, and the opening advantage seems to be going in favor of Octo𝝿.
Yeah, you had You had Tato pushed up pretty far with that Explosher, and Jared was able to take them out pretty successfully there. But you had Tort coming around the backside there, able to take Jared out with the Stamper and trying to push OBT into a fight, but OBT is successful in taking the fight. Now with 1 down, 2 down on the side of Octo𝝿 at this moment. Secret Elixir could take the tower here. Twig having the Kraken ready and in their pocket, good to go. Kurta is able to push up, successfully getting that wall thrown out there and the Wavebreaker as well to provide some coverage and some defense there, and having it on the tower too, especially having that tracking, being able to move with you right now. And we have Secret Elixir going on to checkpoint 1.
Yeah, checkpoint 1. Those Strikes are going to be able to shut it down for this moment in time. The Twig rocking forward with that Kraken and OBT. Good control. You need your machine if you're that heavy on that tower to help control that top right, that green canopy. And a Booyah Bomb, it's going to be utilized, it's going to hit that map, and it's going to get connection onto the Explode. This is great for Secret Elixir. They need this map to stay alive in the upper bracket.
Yeah, they do, and they're going to do it successfully here. Kurta's feeling pretty comfortable on that tower, and you have Jared to follow up, and you also have OBT to try to provide some defense as well. The Tri-Strikes that are going to come out from both sides. Twig looking for a pick there and able to take Slick out, looking around the tower to make sure that the tower is fine and protected. 2 members down. Now on the side of Octo𝝿, I mean, this is snowballing right now for Secret Elixir.
Yeah, and they lose their 2 best weapons to shut down tower. They lose their range and their Explosher. The range is the last thing alive. Can Rose stop the tower? And that's going to be wiped out. That's going to be game. Secret Elixir coming back, sending this all the way to a critical game 5.
Oh my gosh, and also just in those last few seconds too, Janie, just watching Kurta being able to back off with so much damage on her from that suction bomb, and you could see that Rose was trying to blast them off the tower as so quickly. They were just aiming at that tower to try to get Kurta to push off, and I think Kurta was smart to try to jump off of that tower with having it so close to that final checkpoint, and they were just able to lock it in for them. That good counter pick by Secret Elixir.
Wow, we've traded tower control games. We had a Clamblitz game that went in favor of Secret Elixir, and we had a Zones game that went in favor of Octo𝝿. Octo𝝿, they can either go to Rainmaker, the mode that we haven't seen, or go to Clamblitz, the mode that they lost on, in a close fashion. That's what we're going to be deciding on. I can't believe... I feel like we might go to Rainmaker to have it this entire series decided. And when it comes to Rainmaker, Eeltail's looking mighty fine. Same with Under.
Yeah, Undertow or Eeltail would be solid choices, I think, for Rainmaker. If they went to Clamblitz, though, Genie, I'm wondering if Eeltail would be the choice for them, especially because that flanking power is kind of null on Eeltail, and you also have so much range coming out from Kurta as well. But if they keep on holding on to that Explosher, I mean, Explosher's kind of a rare pick, I think, on Eeltail, so I'm wondering if that would get traded out.
They're going to Scorch Rainmaker. So we are going to have Rainmaker, but it's going to be on the map that we saw played on Clamblitz. That is an interesting flavor. It's the difference between Clamblitz and Rainmaker on this map is absolutely insane, because the Clams basket is located right where the first checkpoint is. So we get to really see the spawn side of the map, and that's always where this map is decided. Sapphire, I hope you're ready, because every time I commentate Scorch Rainmaker, it's a close match. Whether it's close match because neither team break neither of them break the checkpoint, or it goes down to the wire.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me too is once that first checkpoint is popped on either side, I mean, it becomes a game of just hold forward and pray, because that stretch between that first checkpoint and that second checkpoint all the way up to the spawn, you have to climb up that ramp, and it kind of bottlenecks you in between 2 different high points in the spawn area of the opposing team. I mean, it's just a hold forward game once you can get to that point, and just pray that you have enough coverage and ink to get up to that second checkpoint. So, I mean, oh, it's an exciting one, and Octo𝝿 readied up immediately, so they are ready to fight on this one.
The stamp can actually go off on the wiper. The capabilities of throwing it and creating an insanely good wide path for the Rainmaker to dodge and weave around during that tight choke point up to the final pedestal is honestly insane. It's not let's be honest, Stamper isn't a great special, but in the right instances, in the right moments, it can rip a team to shreds. And Scorch Rainmaker is one of those maps where it has a lot of good opportunities. Take a backline off Snipe, take out a Crab Tank, take anything off that top right ledge, or, as I said before, paint the winning push.
All right, Genie, this is it. We're in our Game 5, baby. Secret Elixir versus Octo𝝿. This is once again for all the marbles, baby. Here we go. Same comp from Secret Elixir. It's still a strong one. It ain't broke, don't fix it. Similar comp coming out from the side of Octo𝝿 as well. We're still holding on to the X-Splasher. We also have the machine from Tato to follow it up.
We are swapping back to what they started off with. This will be an insane match. The Rainmaker pop on this map, while it is going to be contested, is not the end-all be-all. It has a lot of control just around, but that's a-okay. The Splash, though, did get its Crab Tank ready off of that pop. So we could see that. The counter Tri-Strikes are ready to stop the Crab Tank if it pops.
Yeah, and Jair's gonna just go ahead and use those right away to clear some space, and then you have Twig also following up to try to push some members back a little bit. They were able to get behind Slick and Rose, but not able to get the pick. There's a trade between Jair and Rose there. The Booyah coming out from Tato. We're in a 2v2 scenario at this moment. Respawn's coming in. Kurta is able to find themselves into the midpoint area, and Jair able to jump in right now. Very strong neutral game happening in this mid right now, Genie. We're just trying to look for some space.
Yeah, and Tor's gonna drop down on OBT, and that Torpedo's gonna be able to help take out OBT, but the Kurta, with that spotting, perfect time, perfect opportunity to shut that down. Slick's Crab Tank, though, will escort this Rainmaker mighty fine. It forces all the members of Secret Elixir to force back and almost fully give up this first checkpoint. But with those Tri-Strikes coming out, Tato is so darn weak, anything will really spot them at this point in time.
Yeah, Kurta's in a good position to be up top there. You have Jair and OBT trying to look peek over the corner. OBT throwing in that Booyah Bomb, pushing Tato back away from that pillow area as well. Right now, still in the 3v3 scenario, you had two people going down at the same time. The Tri-Strike coming out is going to take the Rainmaker user out as soon as they're able to pop that pedestal right now. Twig looking for the pick with the Kraken, but now we have Secret Elixir on the respawn with Jair having the Rainmaker in their hands.
Yeah, Jair's going to want to push this thing really quickly because they have an advantage. We can see it on our map, but they don't have the wall hacks that we do. So they actually have an opportunity to get in. The Booyah Bomb, though, is ready. And is going to be able to push Jair all the way down. But Jair's able to get Tato with a fadeaway shot. Most sloshers have fallen. This is an opportunity for Secret Elixir. They're going to have to take it, and they're going to have to go now. That should be everyone gone, and first checkpoint is theirs, as long as Rose doesn't hit an insane knock.
They were trying to go for it, but they threw the point sensor instead. But now Secret Elixir has this checkpoint in their hands at this moment. They just need 1 point in order to get this lead. Kurta's going to pick it up and look for it. We're in a neutral game right now, 68-68. She's looking to try to see if she can move forward, and she is able to at this moment. This is the whole forward game. I was talking about the Tri-Strikes coming out, taking it all the way to the 16.
16 is past the wall, past all of the pillows. That is an insane push. That could be game-winning. This is not how Octo𝝿 want to fall, though. They have the ability to come back, and Tor is pushed so far up. They are going to be pushed back, though, by Twig. All this map control in mid will be in the favor of Octo𝝿. They have their specials ready, and they have an insane opportunity to go in. They have to get up, and they have to get ready before Twig's Kraken is ready, because that will be the end-all, be-all sentence to stop this Rainmaker.
Yeah, and Kurta now throwing and popping off that wave breaker. You have the Tri-Strike ready. OBT, though, going down before they're able to utilize that Booyah Bomb. Jair is the only one alive, using the Tri-Strikes to try to get defense, taking out Rose in the process. Now we're in a 2v2 scenario. They're throwing the last two strikes there, waiting for their teammates to come back in, and Slick is doing the same as well to be able to have enough coverage to get into this map. But you have Twig throwing the wall out to try to provide some defense and to prevent some movement from happening. OBT looking to go for the flank, but Slick is quick on the draw and takes them out with Crab Tank ready in their possession. Right now, I mean, Octo𝝿 is looking for points right now here, team.
Kraken is out. It's not going for the Rainmaker. It's going. And this could be something big if Twig either finds his kill or this Rainmaker is in a position where it could run at any moment in time, but it is going to get shut down, probably by Kurta and that Wavebreaker assistant. Twig is now able to solidify and hold. But Slick, this Crab Tank, it's ready to go. It's found Kurta. It's found the space that it needs to. The Rainmaker is going to be grabbed. Can they run it? We're under a minute. Tato's got this Rainmaker. The machine will be trying to run this forward. Two members gone on the side of Secret Elixir. Here goes Octo𝝿. They're going to try and run for it all the way down to the... They get it by 1 point with 40 seconds remaining on the clock.
Oh my gosh, Secret Elixir, they have a lot of ground to make up here in the top. It's the fight for the pop with 30 seconds left to go in this game. Octo𝝿 is successful, and they take it, and they take it to the 1 point!
1 point! Rose is trying to escape the Tri-Strike. But the jumps might be able to come in if Rose is able to get far enough back. Secret Elixir, they are down, but not out. They have to find something. They found Rose. Great pick from Twig. If Tort falls in a trading scenario, that would be devastating. OBT will be back in with super jumps. This will be an insane overtime. Do not look away.
And now overtime has commenced. You have torpedoes coming out. Oh no, but 2 members of Secret Elixir are now down. It is just Twig and Jer left remaining. You have Kurta trying to jump in as quickly as possible. And Jer getting the pick off Fredo. And both of them are trying to get back into this map. We're in the Rainmaker free zone. They have 24 seconds left on this Rainmaker to get it pushed down to the 1 mark. All 4 members are up on each team in this moment. They are trying to find some space into this pit area as we speak, but to no avail. Secret Elixir goes down and Octo𝝿 is moving on.
Tort with an insane squid roll onto the wall of snipe, into another insane squid roll, into a wiper charge / one-shot onto the Rainmaker. If you were to watch that back at a replay, I would never be able to recreate that in 100 tries. What an insane ending push. What an insane ending play, insane ending pop, plus just overall an amazing series. Sap, we had 10 games in a row on Mike. Are you still alive?
Oh my gosh, I'm still here. I'm amazed at the gameplay coming out from Octo𝝿 in that one, Genie. I mean, not only were they able to take the lead by 1 point, but they had enough people there to contest that pop. The fight for the pop in the last 30 seconds was so crucial, and Octo𝝿 being able to win it there and take it to the 1 mark and just run with it as best as they could and taking it to the 1. I mean, that was the ace in the hole for them, and that was the winning push I think that they needed, because I think that if it was still in that 15-16 game, I think Secret Elixir maybe could have had a shot to try to get and top that lead a little bit. They got so close getting back into that pit area, but it can be discouraging to try to come back from a 1-point lead because you basically have to win the game at that point.
Yeah, you do. You have to knock out. And amazing job. I know that the Octo𝝿 will be waiting for Squids Ztrikes, who are coming into the lobby very shortly. So, Saf, we're going to have to throw it over to Popgun and Falco. But before we throw it over to those 2 amazing people, where can the lovely people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's on twitter.com. That's where you can find me. Or in about a month's time, you can actually find me and Genie and Falco and Popgun at Low Tide City in May. But Genie, on the great internet verse that we have around us, where can the good people find you?
The people can find me live on twitch.tv/Genie7. That's GEENIE7 tomorrow. About 3 Eastern. I usually stream on Twitch. Not gonna shout out my Twitter today, but with that, the people are joining lobby, so we gotta throw ASAP. Thank you so much for having me on, and we'll see you all on the break. Enjoy Popgun and Falco.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Low Ink April 2023 Day 2 Grand Finals coming up eventually. We're at Winners Finals right now. He is Falco Flyer, I am Popgun, and we got a doozy of a set for you guys. Squids Ztrikes with a Z, so Squids Ztrikes taking on Octo𝝿.
Yeah, Squids Ztrikes yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, but they did not drop a single game in all of Low Ink. I believe they swept 3-0 completely, and then we have seen what Octo𝝿 is capable of, winning a nail-biter against Secret Elixir. So, Popgun, this should be a fantastic matchup looking at the rest of this bracket, too.
The team that beat Squids Ztrikes last month was in Epsilon bracket. Squids Ztrikes was in Epsilon bracket. That doesn't even exist this month. They lost to a team called Lego My Ego. And then in losers round 2, they lost to the team that I beat in chess 2 months ago, Sunfish. So how do you go from there to being in winners finals, as you mentioned, being totally undefeated yesterday? Now, they've had some struggles throughout today. Orca Ballestra gave them everything they could handle earlier on stream. I believe Photic Zone took them to a game 3 in round 1 as well. So this hasn't been an easy run as yesterday was, but Squids Ztrikes having a Cinderella run. Unfortunately for them, you could argue that Octo𝝿's run is even more unorthodox, because just 8 days ago, these guys were playing in Little Squid League. Now, they won it, mind you, after finishing in second place 2 Little Squid Leagues ago. But if you had on your Low Ink bingo board, which we all do have, there's no way you had either one of these two teams that are going to be finishing in second place in this tournament, because one of these teams will, at bare minimum, do just that.
Yeah, and we've seen teams have amazing runs right after winning Low Ink, but nothing like we have seen here from Octo𝝿 as we hop into our first game here in the Winter Finals.
Squids Ztrikes readying up with a what? Is that a sploosh? Is that a tournament legal weapon? What is even the kit with that? Is that the hammer?
That's the hammer. You know, we have seen a lot of splooshes today, so kind of unorthodox, but you know, we always love to see it. And then too, kind of the same comp that we had seen over there on the sides of Octo𝝿 as well, with weapons providing a lot of chip damage.
First player going down from the side of Octo𝝿 as the Wipers eliminated the Tri-Slosher. This one a little bit more conventional, even though it is the vanilla. The Inkjet getting a nice little bump recently, and you're going to see that Inkjet coming out immediately, forcing the player from Octo𝝿 to retreat, but they can't escape the jet.
Yeah, already so much paint on the field from Squids Ztrikes just early on into the game, and when you can push up your Inkjet all the way like that, you are going to get some amazing picks. As Squids Ztrikes still able to hold on to this zone with Octo𝝿 unable to push through. They are going to be using some specials, but we are going to see a few players go down, but not without Squids Ztrikes still holding on to the zone, now being contested, and this will be the first objective take for Octo𝝿.
Very nice play there by Octo𝝿, not to kind of rush, trying to get out of their own plat right there, taking a little bit slow, recognizing the machine player for Squids Ztrikes is caught a little bit off guard. They're able to collapse on them, get the trade, and that opens up the door for them to attack the zone from both the left and the right side. Keep Rose on the X-Splosh safe, and Octo𝝿 should be just fine right here, probably in a good situation to get lead if they can survive that Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, they're still trying to do it, but right now it's not looking like it's in their favor, as Squids Ztrikes still able to hold on 3v3. This is Octo𝝿's opportunity, but no, now 3 players are going to be down, so Squids Ztrikes needs to take this back, and it looks like they do, applying 36 penalty points for Octo𝝿, but that push was so close, Popgun.
It was, but still got about 2 minutes left to go here. Things seem to have kind of calmed down. Octo𝝿's not completely locked into their plat right here. They can find ways to build up some specials and break out, get that crab going up top on the block right here. It's going to force user drift to fall down on the backside. And missiles coming out. By the way, that is a Flingza on the backside for Squids Ztrikes as well. Striking with the missiles, able to take care of the crab. The zone finally going back into Octo𝝿's favor as we see Rose right here being the key. Oh, help your teammate on the right over there. Nice play by Squids Ztrikes, winning the 1v1. Should have been a 1v2.
Yeah, that was an opportunity for Octo𝝿 to really get another key pick, which could help them take the zone, but no, this is now going to go back to Squids Ztrikes as they are able to hold it on. And they're having a hard time pushing forward too much, just again, with a lot of this chip damage coming out from the side of Octo𝝿, and we do see a crab come out, 3 players down on Squids Ztrikes. That is going to be a wipeout, so Octo𝝿 needs to capitalize on this, get as much paint as possible, and push up.
The great thing about Octo𝝿 right now, they only had to use their crab to get that wipeout. Now they got the Booyah Bomb and the Rain ready to go on the defensive end, which will guarantee them that they're going to get this lead. You got one Squids Ztrikes player really caught off way by themselves over there. Not quite sure what they were trying to accomplish, but Octo𝝿 responded to it very well. 2v1. Now you got to wait for that player to spawn back in, but you got some specials ready to go as well from the side of Squids Ztrikes. Throwing the Booyah Bomb on one side, starting to get some more picks on the other. Can they find a way to pick off these last 2 players who are not going away? Tort has no business still being alive right now. It's going to get more than just a double. Keeps control of the zone and chases one more player away. Gobble, gobble, gobble with that hammer. Octo𝝿, can they close this one out? Probably no, but still a lot of scrappy play going on right there from the Wiper.
Yeah, that really made Squids Ztrikes scramble just a little bit too, as that sample's coming in very quickly. A nice double here by Slick as they're able to get some key picks. Still trying to push in, getting that zone once again, so applying some penalty points back onto Squids Ztrikes. And now they're going to have to push up once again with 1 minute remaining. They do have some more map control. We're going to see some more specials coming out. Missiles now online for Squids Ztrikes, but look, they're bunched up just a little bit, but all members of Octo𝝿 stay alive as we see Slick now grabbing control and taking a crab, getting 1 key pick, but once again doing such a good job holding onto the zone. 2 players down. Squids Ztrikes trying to break through once again with Regal on this stay-up.
This is quite a bizarre match. Look at all these hammers we have being popped now. And you know, the new patch helping out the hammers has clearly been a difference with how both players have been using them specifically. Right now, Squids Ztrikes got a long way to go. They basically have to get the win on this one push. They're not going to be able to have time to surrender it, and losing 2 players, that might do it right there, as Torts popped 1 more hammer just for the lulls, throwing it at nothing, but still they got more of it than enough man advantage ready to go to cap the zone. Game 1 going to Octo𝝿.
Yeah, for Octo𝝿, that was a situation of, I'm popping my hammer, let me throw it just so I can touch up on the zone in paint in case Squids Ztrikes were able to come back, but that wasn't going to be the case, as Octo𝝿, just such fun movement and fun plays from both of these teams too. And I think what you said, we saw one person try to flank from Squids Ztrikes and they were called out very early. So unfortunately for them, unfortunately for Squids Ztrikes, it didn't work out as well. But yeah, Octo𝝿 holding on in some key moments in that match.
Now, Hammer recently got buffed within the most recent patch. It made it to where when you actually are riding the hammer, it's much more effective than what it has been in the past. Which is hilarious because Hammer's been buffed like 4 patches in a row. Or, excuse me, it was buffed last patch. The other 3 patches actually fixed it so that it works the way you would think it's supposed to work in this game. But now it's become a pretty decent special to use, especially if you know how to use it at the right kind of time, how to ride those angles, when to throw it effectively as well. And we got some 2 pretty good hammer users in this set. Now, game 2 coming up. Squids Ztrikes down. They're going to pick Rainmaker at Manta Maria.
Yeah, so again, we haven't seen a ton of this map mode in comp just since of the recent since the new season has come up. So again, just kind of a lot of different logistical things that you need to talk about in game plan for this one. But I want to go back to that point you made about the stamp. You know, part of how you use the weapon too is predicting where the person you're chasing is going to go, because you have to be one step ahead of time. Like, you need to corner them and put them in a position where there is just one path to go. And I feel like for the stage we just saw in Inkblot, there is that opportunity just to go around mid and go by tree, and then once you catch them going up slick, you are in control of that. But our teams are ready for the second game. Once again, Rainmaker, Manta Maria. Let's see what they bring to the table.
Octo𝝿 is bringing matching backgrounds on their labels to the table. That is a Tetras coming out with the sploosh. So we've seen a lot of Tetra Wiper teams coming out on this in like top level just for the extra aggression. maybe Sploose Tetris has that same mindset. That's also a Crackle and Roller as well. So beacons, on a long map like this, beacons can work out really well, especially if you find ways to put beacons on the enemy side of the map. There's a lot of good corners you can shark those things around. But there we go. There's another hammer coming in from one side, and the player trying to flank around the backside. A pincer situation. Tort able to create a lot of chaos right there as Octo𝝿 picked up right where they left off in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Tort just using that stamp to guide the Rainmaker and get some key picks, and now Mitch trying to get some shots over across the ledge, but it's not going to quite work, as some of these specials coming out once again from Octo𝝿, they seem to be in control, but now we see a Booyah Bomb come out from Squids Ztrikes. Slick able to avoid it, but jumps right into the Kraken, but I would say that is a fair kill to have, getting all the way to 19 this early on.
Yeah, that's a winnable score on a map like this. Now, yeah, they're going to drop it down and move slightly forward if they want to find a way to get the lead back into their favor. And they got 4 minutes to work with, so there's plenty of time. But yeah, the opening for Octo𝝿 was just way better. It was way more aggressive. And when you got those beacons, you're going to be a little bit slower getting to mid because you want to set those things up. And while you're setting them up, all of a sudden there's a hammer in your own base. So Octo𝝿 is just a lot quicker right now. And the question is, can they keep up that aggression over the course of the next 4 minutes? So far, it looks like the answer is yes, because they are keeping Squids Ztrikes bottled up into their own side of the map.
Yeah, and we've seen this in the last set, but Octo𝝿 played a very patient game in their set against Secret Elixir, and that's what they're doing right now. They're allowing Squids Ztrikes just to have mid as long as they are able to strike and prevent them from getting this dunk, but no, that's actually not going to be the case. They are going to be getting this dunk, getting the 63, but not without getting 3 of their players down. Mitch now the only one alive who is spotted, but took a while to go down, so lasted a little longer than they thought. Octo𝝿 now going to be picking up the Rainmaker while gaining control in mid. That is so important to get the control ahead of time just so you can help push it forward. And we see Drift now in a position trying to get a strike, but no, they are going to be going down. So once again, Octo𝝿 set up in a very key position, but not without a sharking flank coming in from these Tetras. They're going to be staying alive, avoiding some of these shots, but now 3 down. They're going to be chasing one more player back in mid. Thought the wipeout was going to happen, but that's not going to be the case. Squids Ztrikes playing very well in that situation.
Oh, that's the one player you don't want picking up the Rainmaker. This is a great situation for Squids Ztrikes. You got the man advantage. You were able to get all those players destroyed without losing a single one, and now the one player who has a reslider that you can work with and push with is stuck with the Rainmaker. But then, I mean, you got so many aggressive weapons. I guess somebody's got to pick it up, but still, Squids Ztrikes stuck again in this awkward situation of not really knowing where to go. They clearly want to try to go this right side, but there's not really anybody up there that can lead the way. And Octo𝝿 is saying, if you're not going to move, what incentive do we have to move either? Literally just going to stick here and throw suction bombs until the universe is over with. But that buys up enough time for a few players. Using user Drift, able to come around this right side here, get a double. Can they find a way to get this player right here? They do. There is a window here, but they got to move quickly.
Yeah, and it only worked whenever Squids Ztrikes were able to get some players there on the left side to push up.
The delay!
It's going to be the lead! Oh my goodness.
Oh, waiting for the Kraken to move forward first. I love that. The Rainmaker was about to drop. Then they squid rolled back so that the Kraken could get in front of them and create the path for them. Nicely done there by Squids Ztrikes.
Yeah, in this situation, Squids Ztrikes are staying one step ahead of Octo𝝿 for this entire game. It started off a little slow. There's going to be a key Booyah to help paint. They're going to avoid that suction bomb. Is this going to be enough paint to get them up to the podium? And it is. So Squids Ztrikes with that win, tying it up 1-1, showing us a very different game than what we saw in the first match.
Now, I was talking about how Octo𝝿 didn't have to move because Squids Ztrikes wasn't doing anything either. The problem with that is Squids Ztrikes was able to build up the specials that they needed at the end. They were able to finally break through the defense of Octo𝝿 and having that Kraken at the right moment. And I love the patience by the Rainmaker carrier, opting to let the Kraken get in front and move with it. That's why you brought that special into this game. They used it perfectly and able to get a nice little KO on top of that. Octo𝝿's opening, way better. Because again, when you gotta slow things down, you gotta set up the beacons, you gotta get the paint down, while the other team is just going for an immediate hammer and going right at you and knowing how to flank and put the pincers on. That that's going to be the more optimal way to play Rainmaker, especially in the meta that we're in right now, where it's just hold forward and kill everything that moves. But the patience by Squids Ztrikes, able to withhold, get the Rainmaker pedestal on one push, set themselves up in the right situation to where they could get the lead the second time. Nice comeback for them to tie up the set at 1 apiece.
Yeah, and to your point about, it looks like Squids Ztrikes wanting to take it up to that right side. We're going to have the same, by the way, we're going to have the same map as our counter pick, new mode, moving on to tower control. But when you have kind of those stalemate situations...
Proving grounds?
Yeah, we just need Inkbot Tower for that. But you think typically the defending, that only benefits the team who's winning, the team who's defending, because any stalemate is going to benefit the team that has the lead, but it's about what happens at the step after that too. So it becomes a very tricky situation, but like we said, Squids Ztrikes able to build up their specials and capitalize on that more effectively and efficiently, and the patience of the Rainmaker carrier I think is very important. So even though Octo𝝿, throwing bombs, preventing that path, again, that stalls it for about a minute, but you still have 2 minutes to worry about after. So do you really want to sacrifice just stalling for that long, or do you want to be more aggressive in that situation?
Tower control, Manta Maria. Yes, if you have not won on a map in mode, even if your opponents have, you are allowed to pick that map. So this is tournament legal for sure. The question is, what is the difference between what you're going to see in Rainmaker versus tower control? Obviously a much slower mode. But how is Octo𝝿 going to change things up? Are they going to... I think you keep the same kind of aggression, especially if the other team brings that crack on again. Because they're going to be a little bit slow to meet you in mid at the punch. And it looks like they're going to bring a Flingza instead, so they're going to have the missiles to get off the tower. Rose going to be using a range blaster to go along with a Tetras of their own and an X-Blast. So I don't think we're going to see the same kind of aggressive opening coming out from Octo𝝿, and we're going to see more of a skirmish in mid. Instead, it's that hammer that's probably going to be coming out from Squids Ztrikes to start things off.
Yeah, I think so too. They're going to be one that builds up their special a little more quickly and just try and take control. I guess not. Never mind. Spoke a little too soon on that one. But we are going to have the Tacticooler back on the field now too from this NZAP as well. And this first checkpoint is not very late into the game. It's very early on. But this is the opportunity when all the specials kind of come out. So it's tricky of, okay, are we going to wait it out? Are we going to try and get on the tower? Or what are we going to do in this situation? As again, we see some specials being used, but no kills at that.
Oh, what is Elliptical just kind of going in right here? Whoa, okay. Just holding
the quad.
In the nonsense. There is your quad. You'll see that on Twitter later today. Nice little play by Elliptical. Everybody just holding forward right into them, moving against the grain. Splash go blur. Oh,
Yeah,
that's the NZAP actually. Excuse me.
Yeah, this is a team that has the cooler too, so they're just going to be benefiting from this even more. If they go down, they're going to be right back into the action too. Once again, getting all the way down to 62, almost to that second checkpoint, but not quite there, as Octo𝝿 able to push back up a little bit, but Squids Ztrikes doing a very good job pushing forward and trying to get some picks while gaining a lot of map control.
Nice little a hammer throw. And honestly, if that hammer didn't get it, Elliptical was going to clean it up as well. The hammer kind of acting as a pincer right there as the second checkpoint falls with ease. Squids Ztrikes are striking fast, and they're going to have another cooler onto the tower to keep these players alive and keep this push going a little bit longer. It's just Rose on the blaster, I believe, that can try to win this 1v1 situation. Elliptical, who has probably got 10 KA already at this point, doing a good job of staying alive. Rose not dying there as well is kind of critical. Allows their teammates to come back in. Does have a special ready to go as well, as the tower's just kind of stuck on the Octo𝝿 side of the map. But more importantly, look how yellow mid is. This push is nowhere near being done.
Yeah, and Octo𝝿 has not even had any opportunity to push forward, even flank there on the left side too. So it's been very, very difficult for them. We're going to see the stamp come out once again. Not going to get any picks, but Octo𝝿 finally trying to find a way to break back in. But again, just no map control to work with. And you take a look at their comp, you have an X-Blade, you have a range blaster. It's going to be really hard unless you get your key 1v1 wins or just a lot of chip damage too. But yeah, Squids Ztrikes doing such a good job containing this map.
Yeah, and if you're you got to start figuring out what's our plan here. Like we're nowhere near close getting to mid. You're just going to have to try to take the punches as they're thrown into you. In a moment right now, you got a man advantage. You need to go now. And all 4 of your players just start swarming mid, be hyper aggressive, and start getting some splats right there. I think Squids Ztrikes starting to recognize that. You see all their specials come out right as soon as they lose the man advantage, and they get all the picks they need and get control of mid right back. But yeah, Squids Ztrikes is dominating this one. I don't think since the entire game, since that quad, that Octo𝝿 has come even close to sniffing mid.
No, like one of the players maybe here and there have broken in, but immediately were called out by one of the players. So yeah, they just haven't been able to work as well together. Look at that nice pick by Drift, getting that double trade. 2 going to go down on Octo𝝿, as it looks like a few players, Rose and Slick, able to get into mid. You're going to have a Blaster working with the Neo Splash, able to get some kills and some specials. So this might be an opportunity now for Octo𝝿 if they want to try and make something work.
Oh, they got a splat niche right there. I was about to say, if they just let that player get behind him and get a double, just put a cork on this one, that would have ended it. But Rose able to work along this left side, guiding the tower in. They're only down by 2 checkpoints. Like, they don't have to get all the way to that 3rd one. Getting across the 2nd one's going to be really difficult, especially with all their players alive, and that machine already halfway to the Booyah Bomb. Still, getting a nice splat on Elliptical opens up the door for something to happen. But they had soda in them. That's another thing we haven't really been talking much about. There's been a lot of soda distributed on the side of Squids Ztrikes. These players just come right back into the action.
Yeah, and when you have so much map control at that, it just makes it so much easier for the winning team. So you can have more room to just swim around and be able to catch flanks as well. So we saw Octo𝝿 able to get a little bit of a push. They're not quite dead yet, as Squids Ztrikes still trying to find a way to flank and break back in. But look at this, Octo𝝿 now approaching the 2nd checkpoint. And like you said, they don't even need to get to the 3rd checkpoint if they want to take the lead. But just how dominant Squids Ztrikes have been so far, it's going to make it that much more difficult for Octo𝝿, as they're still holding on into overtime. But no, that is going to be the game. A very dominant win there from Squids Ztrikes.
Yeah. Just, okay. The idiots in chat are going to say, why would you pick that map when you just lost on it? I don't think picking the map was the problem. I think the problem with Octo𝝿 is changing up to their slower comp, which isn't really going to work against Squids Ztrikes. What they were doing well in Game 1 and in Game 2 was the hyper aggression that they were able to put out, especially in the beginning of that game too, when they were dominating at the beginning. When they drop their hammer and all their other aggression and they go back to the X-Splosh and they're using the slower, the blaster, and they sacrifice a little bit of paint, which in tower control you don't need a ton of paint, but the problem is they're losing their aggression going with that slower comp, and Squids Ztrikes just completely dominated that one from start to finish. They never looked threatened.
No, not at all. And I think it all started kind of with that cooler too of, okay, that's going to assist you with any 1v1 opportunity that you do have. And like you said, just being able to get the specials early on, that is exactly what Squids Ztrikes did in that situation. And, you know, they held on and had control of the objective, I think like 4/5 of the way into the match. And Octo𝝿 knew that, okay, if we're going to make this push, this has to be a winning push. And that kind of sets the tone a little differently too of how you are going to tackle the objective. But we will be moving on to our match point here for Squids Ztrikes, up 2-1. We'll be moving on to Claimblitz Museum d'Alfonsino.
Yeah, not wasting any time coming up with that counter pick either. They already knew what they wanted to go with, and so here's the question. Are they going to go back to that hammer? Are they going to go back to that faster play style that they were using in the first 2 games? If I'm in Octo𝝿's corner, that's 100% what I think you need to be doing. So hopefully, well, not hopefully, I don't care who wins this one. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I would assume that is what the comp change they're going to bring out here is.
Yeah, and I mean, these teams are too, wasting no time right after the map and mode was chosen. They, I think they know what they're getting themselves into. So once again, Squids Ztrikes leading this set 2-1. Winner will move on to grand finals.
And there is the Kraken coming out from the side of Squids Ztrikes, and they're sticking with the same, oh, not the same exact comp. They're doing double Crab, which, you know, Crab can't really go wrong with that thing. But they're sticking with the Blaster. And you do have one player flanking around at the right side where nobody's trying to respond in kind on the opposite side for Squids Ztrikes, but ultimately gets taken down immediately, so that one didn't work out. And things are at least a good opening here for Squids Ztrikes as they're starting to build up some specials to work with. Double Kraken, by the way. That's a Crackle and Roller as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, not something we see very often, too, as it looks like one of the members on Squids Ztrikes already has a power claim. This Kraken's going to come out a little too early to help push it towards the basket. A few are going to go down, 2 are going to be down now on Octo𝝿, as Squids Ztrikes has control of the zone, but no players are pushed up just yet, as we are seeing a Booyah come out. Looks like it's going to be thrown a little bit towards the basket, and are they going to be pushing up? No, not quite yet, just baiting and trying to find an opportunity to break in.
Okay, fine. It's a Carbon Deco. Yes, the Crackle and Roller doesn't have the Ink Strike that we have right there. All right, fine. You guys win that one. I'll get you back later, though. Also, that's probably not elliptical, now that I look at that one as well. Who cares? You guys don't read, so I refuse to do so as well. Minute already gone by. Party going on in the Octo side of the map as the basket is popped. Do they find a way to throw all those clams in, though? It looks like they're in a decent position. Mitch can throw some in on this right side. Instead, no, I'm going to get some splats to clear up the path right here as they get below 50 points on this opening push, and they still got some specials to work with as we see some more players building up extra clams. Oh, but I think a Crab started to pick some players off. So nicely done there by Octo𝝿 to keep themselves in this game. But still, getting below 50 on your opening push is very good for Squids Ztrikes.
Yeah, and Mitch stayed alive much longer than I anticipated them to, seeming to throw clams in and getting some picks on a 2v1, which helped extended their lead all the way to 44. So like you said, a fantastic opening push there for Squids Ztrikes. But yeah, Octo𝝿 lucky to shut it down when they did. Squids Ztrikes still has control most of mid and some of the clam economy. 20 clams on their side. The Sploosh has a clam ready, but once again, they're going to have their stamp ready too, but not really in a position to push up. As look at this, look at mid now. Octo𝝿 taking over some control.
Yeah, and that's something they have not had in a long time in this set. Their own paint in mid. But the problem is now they only got one Crab to work with to hold on to it, as there's going to be at least... Well, actually, no. There's just a Booyah Bob that's about ready to go from the side of Squids Ztrikes. So they have an opportunity to get something going here. As soon as I say that, the Crab gets sent back down to hell. And there's already a counter push coming right back out. Octo𝝿 forced to retreat.
Yeah, they're gonna retreat, and like they still have some map control too, but yeah, it's hard to juggle when you have a power claim and your opponents do too what you want to do in that situation. As we see the specials now being very aggressive, Elliptical pushing up with that Kraken. Are we gonna see a jump or a few kills here? I don't think we are, but it is just very skirmishy in this moment.
3 players going down from Octo𝝿. This one's starting to look like this might be the final game of this set. The basket gets popped, all the penalty points are gone. They don't have enough clams to get the KO, but still, that doesn't matter right now. The problem is Octo𝝿 can't establish control of mid. They need to build up some specials now. They need to go in together, and they need to just find a way to overwhelm the aggression. They take care of one player, but they lose the blaster on top of it. Able to knock out the Sploosh. There's a Kraken ready to go, but they need to move now. Get up into the enemy base now, and it looks like they are at least trying to do that. Retreating a little bit because of the Kraken, but now working their way right back up, unless the Kraken just provided enough distraction for the rest of Squids Ztrikes to get back in here and shut this all down.
You know, I think that's exactly what happened. The Kraken just went to mid and was like, hey, look at me. You have to wait for me to be gone or else I'm going to flank and get you. You can't push up yet. And it's hard in this situation. You're working with 2 power claims, trying to juggle. You have a permanent point sensor on you in this moment. It's just going to be the Sploosh is alive, able to get some picks. Look at that. 2 players out. Are they going to get? They're going to get the wipeout pop gun.
Oh, man, Squids Ztrikes is starting to flex right now. On the offensive and defensive end, they've been the better team so far in this game, and there's only about 35 seconds left to go. All the clams are going to be soaked up, and all the specials are going to be online for them to work with as well. Rose is trying to do something here, basically just dropping down at the mid side. I need to try to get a splat, and it ultimately gets shut down. At this point, Octo𝝿 is just trying to make some hero plays to keep themselves in this one. And Rose doing the same exact thing. They just got splatted going that right side. They're saying, let's try to get it. Instantly gets shut down yet again. Squids Ztrikes can just endure here. And are we going to have an overtime? I don't think they got a clam.
No, they don't have their mercy clam. This is going to be it. Yeah, they used their mercy claim early on. You know, man, Squids Ztrikes played that perfectly, though. Just the defensive maneuvering from the Sploosh player in particular was the key positioning there. I think one of the hard parts too was you had in the opening push, the one person who was flanking had the least amount of paint on your side. It's the Range Blaster. If you get called out, there's no escaping that. You have to get your first direct, or else you are gone. You are done. And that is kind of what set the tone and the momentum for that, which ultimately gave Squid Ztrikes the 3-1 set victory and going to send them over onto Grand Finals.
Squids Ztrikes, who lost to Ego My Lego and Sunfish Chess Training Arc Edition in Epsilon Brackets. The beginning of Epsilon Bracket last month has now punched their tickets to Grand Finals over the team that just won Little Squid League. All you need to understand is everything you know is wrong. And now, the other two teams that still have an opportunity to win this tournament are C Drive, who won Gamma Bracket 2 months ago, finished second place in Gamma Bracket last month, taking on Zero Luck Found, the number 6 seed, who quite honestly, I'm going to have to do some research behind the scene on who these guys even are. And welcome back. The unpredictability of Low Ink rears its ugly head yet again. What is going on?
You know, I pointed this out in chat earlier, but when we were in round 3, all 4 of those teams came from Group A. All four of them survived, and now we just have 2 left. I believe 2 from Group A and 2 from Group B. Zero Luck Found and C Drive, I think we're from Group B. I'm not sure. But they got some very impressive wins there in round 4. Both a 2-1 victory in the best of 3 nail biter losers bracket that we do have, like where there's no mercy. But yeah, I believe we will be going to that one next. And like you said, impressive win there from C Drive last month in previous Low Inks, but this should be a good matchup.
Now, Zero Luck Found did play last month. They qualified for beta bracket out of the top 32 round. We didn't have the top 32 this time around because we had less than 128 teams after all of the dropping nonsense that happened yesterday. They got eliminated round 2 of beta bracket to Pimento. So this is another... All 4 of these teams played in Low Ink last month, or Little Squid League 8 days ago. So like these aren't like random teams popping out of nowhere that we've never heard of. We know who all these teams are. We've just never seen them come anywhere near close to making Alpha Bracket, let alone being the Final 4. These are your Final 4 teams. In a tournament loaded with teams, don't even think about my top 10. Well, you can just burn that all the way down to the ground. Nobody really expected any of these teams to make it this far. But here we are. Losers round 5, Zero Luck Found versus C Drive. By the way, shoutouts to C Drive because I actually get their reference. I remember he had to go to the C Drive to play the games on floppy disk back when I was a kid.
You
is that
mean
still
the
things
save
that
button?
like command the what?
The save button, the floppy disk?
No, okay, so like video games, not video games, but like Donald Duck's Alphabet Adventure was on a floppy disk, and you had to load it from that. I don't know. Do any of you even in chat even know what a floppy disk is?
You're showing your age, Pop Gun. You're showing your age. That's okay. First of all, I love their tags too, by the way, and their name. I love the pun as well. But yeah, so I think what you said about like the unpredictability of these teams, you know, even though there were more drops this time around and we don't have the top 32, the quality of matches that we have seen today, 2 of the 3 matches that Genie and Saf commentated went all the way to a game 5 in semis, and you know, in our amazing semi match that we had. I think again, just the quality of matches overall too for a lot of these matches that didn't even happen on stream have been very well, especially in day 1 too.
Both of these teams have won 3 straight matches in losers bracket. One of them's going to win 4 straight. It's been a while since we streamed an alpha bracket that was double elimination, but this is usually how these brackets are set up to be, to where you just get one of these teams that just lives in losers bracket. It just keeps winning game 5 or game 3 over and over again. Both these teams in round 3 and 4 had to survive a game 3 to get to this one. So The stress has been burning for these guys, and this is just a best of 3 before they have to face Octo𝝿. And we see the Stringer coming right back out. No surprise if you saw Ztrikes play earlier on stream. And that is the vanilla roller. Yes, I actually know what my rollers are when I stop and think about it, with Big Bubbler and Curling Bomb.
Yeah, not something we see super often here, and on this like very interesting zones map that it can be really hard to cap both at the same time given some of the situations here, but it looks like Zero Luck Found going to be able to take it pretty early on and actually push up in a decent position. Very nice kill there by Xander, getting one of the players going up the wall too, as they are doing very well as they are trying to push forward once again, but this Killer Whale coming out, making it a little more difficult. Look at this, I believe that's Lacey who's being able to push up pretty far, get some nice picks too, but no, 3 are now going to go down on C Drive, so this is Zero Luck's Found game to win.
Zero Luck was able to move like a hive mind right there. I like that it had 2 players set up on the left side, and the 2 players on the right side were slowly pushing in together to swarm around so that all 4 players could eventually collapse at the opening choke right there of C Drive. As Zero Luck Found is knocking on the door of putting the KO out, and very early in this game 1. Zeke working around this right side. Now they stall out one zone. The problem is, can they find a way to get that second one? The answer is going to be no. Another crab's going to be popping out. Oh, but they should find a way to get the KO here, right?
But they should, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Right. So what's really hard in this situation, and you pointed this out, it is a best of 3, not a best of 5. But when you lose your first game, I guess that quickly, how do you rebound knowing you just have one more chance to stay alive and potentially win 2 more? Of course, you got to take it 1 game at a time, but again, what do you take away from a game like this?
You counterpick to your best possible map and mode, and you say, forget that. Forget that happened. Let's just burn that. I mean, what happened right there is you just got outplayed. I mean, it's as simple as that. There's no like, oh, there's this one obvious thing they did that they can count. No, you just got punched in the face and you weren't able to respond to it. That's the beauty of this tournament. You get to counterpick your best map and mode. You get to go to your home court and just hope it's a situation where the other team doesn't feel comfortable in it as well. You might think like, okay, maybe the roller, maybe we could find a map that isn't as roller friendly to work with here to try to like get them to change their comp a little bit, but I mean, I see why they're not Zero Luck Found, because they're all skill, at least what they showed in that game. I think you just say, to hell with it. Let's just go on to game 2. It happened.
Yeah, again, because it happened so quickly as well, it's hard to really take away anything from that. But like you said, you can't choose the first map and mode as well, and if your C Drive and, Splat Zones is not your thing, then that's okay. You can choose something different. But of course, not that they're really thinking of game 3. We are going to be moving on to Tower Control Hagglefish, but you're going to eventually give that opportunity, the counter pick to your opponent, given that situation. But of course, you have to take care of business here on game 2 first.
Tower Control at Hagglefish Market. A little bit of a slower mode. I mean, hey, let's slow this down here. Let's get more established. And with Umami being one of the more newer maps, it might be something where Hagglefish is a thing where we know what our opening here is. We've been screaming this one since the game first came out. We're more established here. And by the way, C Drive is much more experienced in the counterpick department because they've been playing in Gamma the last 2 months, which has had this counterpick format, whereas Zero Luck Found's been playing in top 32 with the preset format, and they only did a couple of counterpicks in beta. So C Drive might be more experienced with how to make the right counterpick that works into their favor anyways, considering how well they've been doing in Gamma Bracket up to this point. Do they slow things down and try to get themselves established a little bit better? At least they don't have to deal with a roller. However, that big bubbler is still going to make its presence known by Xander.
Yeah, and we're going to see the Blaster with Inkjet too as well. Once again, something you don't see very often, and C-Drive really not changing their comp very much as well. And we see the Vanilla Junior come out once again, so that's going to be the bubble replacement that we did have from the roller too, with just giving you a little more pain.
I like Inkjet on this map. Those left and right blocks in mid by the tower right here, you can get your Inkjet up top there. It's kind of like the old Anchovy games for Splatoon 2 when you got your Inkjet up on that wall. It's not that you're invincible up top there, but it gives you that huge height advantage that you want out of an Inkjet. But right now, it is Zero Luck Found that is pushing the tower, at least for now. The question is, does C-Drive have a way to bounce back and get over to that first checkpoint? It looks like the answer is going to be no, because there's a crab right here raining down all kinds of hell across that upper plat. So the first checkpoint falls, and C-Drive's in a tough situation to hold on to the second.
Yeah, Lacy Ice in particular doing a really good job breaking up. The Crab is able to take down the Inkjet, but it's then going to go down themselves. So 2 players down now on Zero Luck, but they do manage to get past the second checkpoint. I think Zero Luck Found did a very good job controlling that left canopy, not letting any members of C-Drive up there. Now players from Zero Luck Found are going to go down, but C-Drive not much map control, having to touch up on a few spots, but it seems like they are gaining a little more control.
I love seeing Inkjet play. We rarely, if ever, see it, but that Inkjet getting the trade with that crab, that's not a trade. That is 100% a win for the Inkjet, because then that crab is nowhere in position to attack the tower, which is why they popped the crab anyways. Regardless, C-Drive in a situation here, trying to use their specials, Spider-Man being used as well, getting eliminated immediately before they can get anything set up as Nemesis starts flanking around this left side. But still, C-Drive should be able to find a way to clear this first checkpoint, but I don't think they're going to get much more out of that, as it looks like Nemesis Inkjet is really dispersing everybody here. They don't clear that checkpoint.
Yeah, it's like pouring water down an anthill. You get it out and they all just kind of scatter. So very, very good movement there by Zero Drive and scaring some of the players off. And look, they took the objective for the first time in this set too. So they were able to make a good push as they're starting to push up once again even more, getting a Booyah Bomb and taking control of this tower once again.
About half the game already gone. 3 checkpoints, or 2 checkpoints cleared by Zero Luck Found. Nothing cleared for C-Drive, as we see the players trying to get established on this left side, but they need to work their way back towards the tower. 2 players were down for Zero Luck Found, and there goes Spider-Man yet again trying to put Nemesis there. Spider-Man's Nemesis ultimately gets eliminated right there, but somebody forgot that you're supposed to ride onto the tower. I think somebody died on the backside there, or a Booyah Bomb or something came in to just force them to disperse. But 49ers in a good situation to clear path. They can attack that right side and go back to mid, but man, they're having difficulties just trying to get to that checkpoint. That Booyah Bomb coming out at the right time slows it down. Is it gonna... Wow, they still aren't going to clear that? Really?
Yeah, just a lot of contest here from Zero Luck Found, as once again Lacy Ice doing a good job putting the crab in a very key position here under the left tent. But to your point, they made 49ers scatter just a little bit too much in order for them to be they weren't as effective as they could have been in that situation, sharking and trying to get some key picks. So that really benefited Zero Luck Found, just being able to scatter in that situation. And once again, C-Drive able to push this tower using that killer whale to disperse some of these members as well. 2 players down on Zero Luck Found. They're going to get back to this first checkpoint once again, but will they have enough power to get through it?
Nemesis stuck in this awkward spot. They can't really use their Inkjet right there because they're just going to bounce their head on the canopy. Ultimately, they die, but they trade with the player that's riding the tower and nobody's over there. 49ers forced to come back with it, which means they can't use their Spider-Man, and finally, they clear that checkpoint, and 49er needs to get a double right there if they want anything out of this. They ultimately get shut down. I appreciate the fact that they were trying to do something because they're running out of time. But man, it took you this long just to get that first checkpoint. You got to clear the second one and basically get to the third in the next 24 seconds. And Zero Luck Found is picking the right time to get control of mid yet again.
Yeah, and to your point, that's not really the person you want on the tower making those pushes, because you need to rely on the brush to flank and get those doubles and get those key picks. But now with 10 seconds left, tower is at mid once again. Zero Luck Found, they haven't really pushed the tower at all since they got to 21, and they don't need to. 3 players down, that's a wipeout. This is your moment if you're C-Drive. Push up right now. Get your backline on the tower. Perfect. This is what you need to do, Popgun.
And get that crab popped on top of the canopy. Look at Nemesis coming around with that right side on the opposite canopy, putting a lot of pressure right there. Ultimately gets taken down, and they had to burn a lot of resources just to get that one blaster. Keep in mind, they have to clear this second checkpoint. The crab is going to win that fight over there, as there's just one more player left alive that can try to make a blast onto the tower. Can they hold on to it? They do! Getting the wipeout on top of it. Oh, wow! Did Zero Luck Found win that one? Can we confirm that?
Yes, they did. They did. They got the wipeout at the very end. We're 1 or 2 points away from KOing. I don't even know if it tied. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. But incredible comeback there. I mean, C-Drive, they had the wipeout at the perfect opportunity for them to try and push a lead. And it finally happened. They hadn't had that opportunity all game, and they had all of their players in a position, but that they just needed to ride the tower too long in order to be effective, and it didn't work out for them. Zero Luck found their positioning and their patience paid off in the win, and that is what's going to push them to the losers finals.
Inky, please tell me you have that replay technology. You always have something, Inky, that you never tell us about and just show us in Magic. I would love to see. I have no idea what happened right there. I think everybody just dogpiled on the tower, and it was just last man standing that was able to walk away with it. Regardless, C-Drive obviously made the right pick. I like the fact that they were able to erase the nonsense that was game 1 and to slow things down into game 2 right there to work out into their favor as we get a look at here. Okay, so yeah, I like the crowd able to get the splat over there. They had to throw their Booyah as well because Nemesis was right there and they're really worried about it. So what happened here? I think the Blaster just got enough. Oh, Ley Lice, the Splash player was able to collapse on it as well. I think the Blaster's area effect was just in the right spot. But Nemesis died, right?
I believe they did, and again, Zero Luck Found just had one player, and they didn't want to hop on the tower too early. They wanted to kind of stay back and be able to hop on right when nobody from C-Drive was on. But again, when you're in that position in overtime, you can't really think things through too well either. So it's very difficult. But with that, once again, Zero Luck Found going to be moving on to the losers finals. Once again, facing Octo𝝿, the team that we just saw 2 sets ago. This is going to be a fantastic losers final, Popgun.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, which I'm saying out loud to myself as I look this up. Yes, these 2 teams already played against each other today. Octo𝝿 won this one 3-1 in winners round 2. That was off stream, so we don't really know much information about that set. However, we've seen this story before. Teams, when they rematch each other, with all of Zero Luck Found coming into this one, having won 4 straight games, and the momentum, the hype momentum after what just happened in that last game, versus Octo𝝿, who just ate some humble pie served to them at the hands of Squids Ztrikes in winners finals. Dueling dynamics there. It's really difficult to beat a team 2 times in the same day in alpha bracket. This one I'm expecting will be a little bit closer than the 3-1 result that we didn't see in winners round 2, but just whatever they decided to do in that one.
Yeah, and actually for that match too, Octo𝝿 won the first 2 games. Zero Luck Found won game 3, so they were able to hold on just a little bit, but not without Octo𝝿 winning game 4. And of course, we don't know the maps and modes that they played off the top of our head too. So, anytime you can get a win in, well, not that anybody was like reverse swept or anything, but you can break it up a little bit. It kind of makes it easier to digest.
So that was so I looked at the counter picks at least, and Zero Luck Found picked Umami Zones. So I think we know why they won game 1 of the last set there. That's the map and mode they want to be on anyways. And Tower Control Ink Blot. So those were at least a couple of the maps that Zero Luck Found was able to counter pick against them. And well, they're hoping to not have an opportunity to counterpick again, but we'll see to that when we get to that. Right now, game 1 of this best of 5 losers finals. That is a stamper coming out from the side of Octo𝝿, and there is Nemesis dropping the blaster for the best weapon ever created on God's green earth, the Hydra.
Not a weapon we see very often, though, but
it's not the greatest, to be honest, but I like it.
2 players are quickly going to go down there on Octo𝝿. Zero Luck Found able to take quick work of this on this zone, able to push up, getting the crab in mid 2. Nemesis just behind them. See, this is a good situation where you basically have 2 backlines at this point with the crab and the Hydra getting some picks. But rain going to be coming out from Octo𝝿 along with some chip damage from this Explo. And look at this, Octo𝝿 making some quick work, but not enough to contest the zone. But able to get some key picks here. Can Slit get that nice pick on Nemesis? Yes, they can. And, man, Zero Luck Found still has control of the zone, but Octo𝝿 not really going down in this situation.
Flick doing a great job. I don't think we saw them use the Stamper in the last set. We saw them use the Wiper, we saw them use Splash. You can't really go wrong with those weapons, but this is the first time we've seen Spider-Man rear their ugly head here for the Octo𝝿 team. They're able to send Sander back to their spawn. Thank you for popping out. Have a free trip back there as lead eventually will find its way into Octo𝝿's favor. And just as I say that, a whole mess of specials come firing at the zone, and it forces Octo𝝿 to retreat. Zero Luck Found able to cap things and save the lead for now.
You know, the beautiful part about the Zipcaster too, you don't even really need to get the key picks. You serve as a distraction in that moment. You want all the targets on you, so it allows the rest of your teammates to really take control of objective and get some of those picks, and that definitely did help them. It helped Octo𝝿 gain some control as they have control once again, but no, 2 players going to go down on both sides. Zone is still being held by Octo𝝿. Booyah coming out, being thrown on that left side. It's going to maybe be enough paint to take over, but no, the Crab is going to help touch up on a few key positions here, and this is going to be very important. Can Xander stay alive? Yes, they can. Getting a 2-player advantage, 3-player advantage, as Zero Luck Found takes over control once again with this lead and being able to push up.
What is it with Low Ink in seeing NZAP players and junior players play like they're using a Splash-O-Matic and just ripping everybody apart? We saw it with Secret Elixir last month. We're seeing it with Xander right here as Zero Luck Found crosses the 50-point mark and looking very comfortable here, keeping the enemy team out of their plat. Nemesis trying to stay alive, gets destroyed by a stamping Slick. And that opens up the door for everybody to collapse onto the zone when you take out the anchor player. Rose trying to do just that. Ultimately gets a splat, I think because of the wave break, honestly, as Star's able to clean it right back up. But yes, that is how you attack a team that has an anchor like a Hydra. You find ways to get behind the defense, take them out, and that just opens up the door, takes the top off the defense, and you can collapse on the zone.
With that, Octo𝝿 now out of penalty points as they're trying to push forward. 2 of their players are going to go down as well. A lot of specials coming out on Zero Luck Found, and they're going to have to retreat just a little bit. Let's see, can Tato stay alive here? And it looks like they are going to, but a lot of attention is going to be on them as the Zabuya is going to be thrown in the back to left side. So Zero Luck Found doing such a good job gaining some more map control. Xander being pushed up. Like you said, here's the junior. Full ambush taking down the blaster.
Well, in a range blaster, how you beat them, you get right up in their face. And as soon as they miss a shot, they're just stuck there staring at you until they can reload their weapon. So the junior played that one perfectly. He was able to get a nice little splat on top of it. But still, just the aggression coming out there. And if you're going to have a Hydra on your team, you need your other 3 players to be aggressive. So that junior's playing the comp correctly and using their whole kit to their advantage as well. As right now we see the penalty points finally gone for Octo𝝿. And if they get this X-Blast established in a great situation, right? How'd they cap that? They had 2 players alive.
Magic, I guess. Tato getting a nice key pick here on Xander once again, keeping this zone alive for them. Not in an opportunity to push up yet. They do have the rain ready. They might be getting ready to throw it. It looks like they are holding it, throwing it into mid, and that is going to go up on the enemy plat. But we are going to see a Booyah come out from Zero Luck Found, being thrown on the zone. Lacy Ice trying to push up, contesting this Crab, but no, the Crab is going to win that 1v1 pretty easily. We see a bunch of trades here as Rose doing such a good job staying alive. It is just the Hydra who's going to go down. This should be the lead takeover for Octo𝝿 Popgun.
That player holding forward against the Crab. They're going to play for Team Courage and Splatfest, but not Team Wisdom, unfortunately, as Octo𝝿 able to get control of everything. Rose lighting them up. Goodbye to game 1. It was close until it wasn't. Whoa.
Yep. I think after Rose went down to that junior, they just unleashed, at least got like 4 or 5 key picks in that situation. I mean, I think everybody on Octo𝝿 played that perfectly. Once you get a few players down, just push up, use your specials. And Octo𝝿, again, really no mistakes in the end at that point, especially having the wisdom when you do have a 3-player advantage, just to push up as far as you can.
And the power as well. Like they're 66% of the way there. And Octo𝝿 picking up where they left off last time. Okay, can you at least take 2 seconds before you make a counter pick and think?
No
there you go.
I think right after the victory screen, they probably just said like Ink TC or something. And hit send. Maybe they had that ready. Yeah.
Maybe in the middle of when
it was TC blot. My bad.
I bet you when Rose got that triple while there were still like 10 seconds left on the clock, somebody put down the controller, went to their keyboard, tower control ink blot. Let's go. We got no time to waste. Now, Zero Luck Found counterpicked the same exact map against them earlier in when they played, and they did win that one. So because it was 13 minutes or 14 minutes after that the set ended. So they've already beaten Octo𝝿 on this map and mode, and that's risky because Octo𝝿 now knows, okay, we lost here, we can make an adjustment. It's like when you play somebody in a scrim and you ask for a replay, they usually change their entire comp and go to a try-hard thing so they can beat you. Trying to beat them on the same exact map and mode is going to be risky because you lose this, you're down 0-2. The set's all but over at that point, but gotta go with the comfort pick here as we see the C-Jet coming out with Rain and Toxic Mist.
Yeah, we're going to see that for the first time with this team, at least on this set too. And yeah, keeping that Stamper, keeping the Blaster. So once again, not a ton of paint on the side of Octo𝝿, but a lot of lethal power too, as it looks like we already saw a 1v1 in that situation. Two players now going down on Octo𝝿. Nemesis in a very good spot as the tower is now being taken by Zero Luck Found. They're going to easily get to this first checkpoint, but no, the Junior's going to go down, but places the bubble there. Is that going to be enough for some of their players to help push it forward? It doesn't look like they are. Octo𝝿 did a very good job responding to that.
You know, when the game first came out, people were saying tower control should not be used in competitive at all because you could just put Bubbler on the tower and there wasn't much you could do about it. Now, we found ways to get around it, but Bubbler is still really good when placed on the tower. Of course, what is also really good and why you don't really see it is because Crab is just, well, broken as all get out. As it's able to clear the way completely for Octo𝝿. That is a delayed wipe. The second checkpoint's falling and all hell is breaking loose, and now you just got a Junior to try to hold on to this third one.
Yeah, and now you have Slick to worry about. Look at this. We got Spider-Man going at it. Not even trying to get some picks at this moment. Just zipping back and forth. Once again, serving as a distraction. Look at that trade. A very fair trade to get the wipeout. And I can't imagine they're not going to get the KO in this situation.
If they don't, it's still going to be an insanely huge uphill battle, but the battle is not even going to need to be fought. Picking the same map you beat a team on earlier is extremely risky. And Zero Luck Found learned that lesson the hard way. That one was not even close.
Zero Luck Found, having Zero Luck Found in that situation, unfortunately, too. I mean, they had the start, but it was a very skirmishy start, too, of, okay, we won these 1v1s, we can push the objective a little bit, but no, it wasn't until, like, 40 seconds into the game when Octo𝝿 responded and just had a better setup for what was prepared, had their specials ready. You know, they didn't really need the bubble on the tower. It helped, obviously, but the Junior went down right away and it was shredded. Just like you said, you don't see it very often. We are going to have that the counter pick come in pretty quickly. Once again, it is going to be Rainmaker, Scorch, Gorge. So once again, Popgun wasting no time on that one.
Are they speed running right now? Are they trying to save frame rules? I like the fact that they have stuff ready to go. And this isn't a map or mode that they counter-picked against Octo𝝿 in the previous set. But Octo𝝿, you guys can't see it, we can. Octo𝝿 readied up as soon as we got to the weapons screen. They already know what they want to do. I think it's just one player, Rose, who delayed a little bit, so maybe we won't see the Blaster come back out here. But still, it's yeah, we haven't seen a lot of counter picks because of the top 32 format being preset on stream in a while, and it's just curious how teams come up with these ideas that they do have here. Regardless, this is a must-win situation for Zero Luck Found. Octo𝝿 want to put this one away and get a rematch with Squids Ztrikes.
It looks like they're using very similar weapons, but going to be changing from the Junior to the Splash, and then yeah, keeping that same custom Jet Scorcher as well. Ballpoint coming out from Nemesis Popgun.
Yo, there's been some talk today about how top-level players can tweet out anything and everyone's just going to get on board with it without even thinking about it. Ballpoint seems to be the current topic of conversation amongst players. Mainly because, well, excuse me, we'll talk about that later, because right now, Zero Luck Found is going to clear this first checkpoint, and they're in a great situation to try to get additional points on top of this as well. Instantly popping the Rainmaker. There's some Toxic Mist down there that might slow it down slightly, as some specials are being built up by Octo𝝿, but I like the fact that Xander is behind everybody, causes some issues. It's just a matter of, can Zeke pick this up and move forward, because it's just the Jet that's the last player left alive. Xander's been doing work up top there, and Zeke's just going for it. 9 remaining. There you go. That was the push they've been looking for.
You know, and what I really loved about that is Zeke hugged the right wall. That is almost impossible for the Jet Squadron just to reach down and shoot you. So very good movement, even extending a little further than where they had paint by doing a nice squid roll to help get that all the way to 9. So that is something you definitely want to hold onto.
Xander doing work right there. They created the way for the Rainmaker to move on that great push right there. They're able to do some good ledge camping stuff as well. So moving back to that roller has been paying dividends for Zero Luck Found right there. Zeke does a little flare for the camera. Let me just kick off this wall here so everybody can see it. But I like the fact that they're keeping the aggression up. What do you do when you got a lead, Falco? You get a bigger lead. I like that Zeke's working around this right side, creating room for the Rainmaker to go again.
Yeah, they don't need to be in a situation where they just try to control mid or contest mid. They want to push us even further, and we've seen how capable that Zero Luck Found has been with that, especially during the first game too. Second game, a little, in a little different situation there. But yeah, getting all the way to 9 early on is definitely going to help them set up, as Octo𝝿 has control of mid now, but 2 players are going to be down as well. Not really an opportunity for either team to pick up the Rainmaker. You just got to win your 1v1s at this point.
Or if you're Nemesis, you can sit here and spam fizzies till the death of the universe. One of the reasons why people are using Ballpoint more now. I can finally talk about it. Now, Inkjet works out a lot better. We've been talking about the Inkjet buffs, which means any weapon that has Inkjet you can feel a little bit more comfortable using in competitive settings now. But just Splatlings in general in this map work out really well as well. So as long as Nemesis stays alive, which they are now the last player left alive, Zero Luck Found's going to be fine, but that is, I don't want my Ballpoint fighting 6 players right up top there. This is actually kind of scary.
No, and Zero Luck Found, this turned around very quickly for them, as Octo𝝿 able to quickly take control of the Rainmaker once again after getting it past that first checkpoint. In a very good position, just be a little more patient, wait out the crab, try and shoot down the crab, have a few of your other players push up, which is exactly what's happening. We are going to see the Stamper push up using their Zipcaster, causing as a distraction once again, but look, they didn't really push it further than where they could have, unfortunately, and I think that's going to be pretty difficult for Octo𝝿 to regain control of that Rainmaker once again, as Zero Luck Found going to be taking another look at mid and trying to control that. So push to 46, pretty good, but once again, you got to get past that 9 mark.
As I saw Tato on that left plat, a memory sparked in my brain. Octo𝝿's been in this exact situation against Secret Elixir, right? They were down a big score. You saw Tato just kind of waiting out that left side before they finally slipped through and got the lead to knock out Secret Elixir. They're trying to do that same exact thing, so they're not really stressed right here. I mean, they're up 2-0 in the set. They don't really mind losing this one, but they still know they can win this one, and they know the right plays to make. But with 50 seconds left to go, if you're Octo𝝿, I think you just keep up the aggression. You keep the fight in mid and try to win the fight here. The more purple ink you have on the ground, the more easier it's going to be for you to bleed time off the clock.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds left, that's going to be very crucial in this situation. And we've saw how patient Octo𝝿 can be, but they are having a hard time breaking down. They are going to get 2 players, and it looks like they are going to be dropping down into mid, and it's going to be Nemesis who's going to have to retreat once again. Look at this. Octo𝝿 knows that they have an opportunity to pick it up, and here it is. Some of these players are going to be pushing up now, but this will likely be their last attempt. And look, Zero Luck Found backing up just enough, taking control of this Zipcaster once again. They're going to go down. It's just Rainmaker's alive. That's the wipeout, and that's going to be the game.
So there you go. The set stays alive at least a little bit longer as Zero Luck Found finally finds the right counter pick, and they take game 3. The problem is they have to win twice on Octo𝝿's counter picks, and we don't really know what those are. But yeah, uphill battle from here, but you just got to take it one game at a time. They looked really good in that one. They played it just about as good as you can. And maybe have a little bit of momentum going into game 4. But again, we aren't able to look through the Battlefy chat to see what Octo𝝿 picked the last time these teams played. So I can't sit here and say, oh, this is the same exact map and mode they picked last time, or if they're going to try something different. But we do know they can't go to Splat Zones because they won on it, and they can't go to Tower Control or Museum or Art Academy. So they are kind of limited to just Rainmaker and Clam Blitz anyways, as far as what they want to do.
Yeah, and again, like, if you are Octo𝝿, you just need to win one game, and you have the counter pick. That's kind of, the dangerous position that Zero Luck Found is in. But yeah, like you said before, you just have to win that first game, and then just hope for the best. You couldn't win the first 2 games, so you're just kind of, you have to do with the cards that you're dealt with, and right now, Octo𝝿 is dealing those cards, as, yeah, we're waiting to see what they say. I don't even think they have it ready yet. It's a different team. It's not Zero Luck Found making their 2-second counter pick.
They don't have a coach up in the press box calling all the plays for them, have things ready to go. It looks like it's going to be Rainmaker at Eeltail Alley. Okay, so I'm trying to think. You pick Eeltail when you're struggling against the team that is flanking, being very aggressive so that you can keep all the fights in front of you. Maybe they're thinking, I'd rather have to deal with that roller head on instead of having to turn around and deal with that roller. But Xander might go back to Junior here.
Yeah, I think that might be the move too, just to have a little more paint on the ground, and you can't really have an opportunity to flank like you said, so you're going to have to substitute with a weapon that doesn't get those flank kills as well, along with those lethal splat bombs.
And once again, Octo𝝿 readying up very quickly. I can't stress this enough. Octo𝝿 won Little Squid League 8 days ago. And I even said on my stream that we are never going to see a team win Little Squid League and Low Ink in the same month. Like, those tournaments are designed for that to not happen. So for everybody complaining the Low Ink skill cap's been too big, maybe it's too small at this point from what we're seeing right here. Octo𝝿 trying to get back into grand finals as we see them ready up with a Stamper. Basically the same comp they used in the last Rainmaker game, and Xander is going to be using the same... Are both teams using the same thing? Maybe someone just dropped the machine for another splash? Zeke?
Yeah, because now we have 2 crabs here on the side of Zero Luck Found. So again, once again, more paint, I would say, on the side of Zero Luck Found. But yeah, keeping that ballpoint still a bold choice, as well as Slick is now jumping off some of these walls, trying to get some more paint too. And again, with this, it's just kind of a battle in mid. You'll take any 1v1 that you can have because you don't really have the opportunity to flank. And right now, Octo𝝿 able to get a little more map control, throwing that Wavebreaker right by the Rainmaker, and one of them, there are 2 players down. I was going to say pick it up pretty soon, but one of them are going to be picking it up, taking it up this left side, trying to push in, and it looks like some fizzies are going to serve as a distraction, but it looks like they might have a clear path towards that podium if they can just get by these fizzies, but no, it's just the Rainmaker who's alive. So that was a very, very nice defensive move by Zero Luck Found.
Yeah, the longer they were staying right there, the more time they bought for Xander to flank around from the backside and start blasting everybody. And that opens up this door here for Zero Luck Found to pass this first checkpoint, which they are able to do. The question is, can they add to their lead right here? Somehow that C-Jet got taken care of. If Zeke opting to go with the this clear, uninkable route, and they get all the way across it, that's essentially GG right there. You know how hard it is for find the right kind of window to get all the way across that uninkable and get the 12 remaining? And actually, the push might not be done here. This might be a potential KO situation if they can find a way to pop the Rainmaker and get the splat with it. And Nemesis, can they dunk it right here? No! The 1 point meme keeps things alive.
See, I was going to say it's even more impressive when you can extend that lead after you get it by the Slick. Normally, it's a one-and-done situation. And now look at this. Octo𝝿 wisely picking it up, going to be trying to get some more paint, pushing it up this right side to get a little more space. I think oh no, they're going to stay alive, but now I'm going to go down in this top situation. But this is going to be a tricky spot. But no, look at the Zeke here. Zeke able to pop the Rainmaker right away. Gonna go down. The Octo𝝿 still in a situation where they're not very, very comfortable quite yet. So Zero Luck Found keeping up this pressure and keeping the Rainmaker on Octo𝝿's side.
By the way, while this nonsense party is going on here, nice splat by Rose, a lot of time is being bled off the clock. The game is already halfway done, and it's you are not leaving yourself with hardly any time to work with, because you're going to have to do a long push. You're going to have to pick up the Rainmaker, die with it, pop it, pick it up again, clear the checkpoint. You're going to have to do this slow push on a map like this. It's very hard to just go from 0 to 100, so you need a lot of time to work with. And as we've seen, whenever Octo𝝿 is down, their ability to get back control of mid is extremely limited, as they're struggling with that here yet again.
Yeah, once again, they haven't had the opportunity to, and if they do, it's just one person who kind of dives towards the Rainmaker but ends up going down. They have some of the support and paint from the Crab and their Jet Squelcher, but it's not going to be enough yet. They are going to get some more paint now, too, as they are going to get some key picks. It's just going to be Star, the Splash, who's alive, who's going to have to retreat just a little bit. But again, with all of this happening, it's only going to benefit Zero Luck Found.
A minute 35 left on the clock, and look how blue mid is yet again. And look at Zero Luck Found. They're not really too interested in trying to go in there and feed. They're saying, hey, it's on you guys to do something, so either do it or not. Look, Nemesis just sitting here throwing grenades all the live long day, as you do with a ballpoint, I guess, just building up an inkjet. Now we get to see a little bit of inkjet. Nice little splat right there. Probably going to find a way to get a second one. If not, going to force Tato into an uncomfortable situation. So here's the question now. You got a minute left. Do you grab the Rainmaker and try to put it back in the enemy base? And it looks like they're going to do just that, as, man, just more and more time getting bled off the clock.
Yeah, with all those specials coming out, look at this. The Nemesis once again going on the slick, going to survive it, but not going to get the knockout yet. Oh, and that's going to be the wipeout. Okay, so here's your last real opportunity for Octo𝝿. You have the wipeout, but you have no control of mid so far. They're gonna pick it up, and they need some of their other players to lead the way. You do not want your Rainmaker going down in less than, let's say, 30 seconds in that situation where you could be struggling to regain the objective and regain some paint. Look at this, Rose with a nice pick. Going to be pushing up, throwing that wave breaker, pushing up once more, trying to find Nemesis, but Nemesis spots Rose as well. So Taita is going to have to back up and avoid this Crab, staying alive. 3 players down, or still alive now on Zero Luck Found, but Octo𝝿 struggling to push forward, has more map control at mid. Let's see what they can do in these final 5 seconds.
Look, I get being patient and want to wait for the right opportunity, but now you boxed yourself in a situation to where it's just overtime, and if you die, the game's over. You still got to clear 2 checkpoints. You got to find a way to get this first one, and they might explode. You got to go. You got to go. You have no choice. The overtime timer's about to explode. Get on that pedestal.
Yeah.
Man, they wasted a lot of time on that. And just the discombobulation was present throughout that entire game, though.
Yeah, and the thing is, Zero Luck Found knew, too, that they could allow Octo𝝿 to take control of mid. And like you said, there was probably a moment in Zero Luck Found's voice chat where they're thinking, okay, they have to push this forward. They have to get to this one checkpoint, like, right now. We can wait. We can give them a little bit of space before we push forward. But no, that's it wasn't enough time for them. So look, we are tied now going into a Game 5 where a very, very eager Squids Ztrikes team is waiting, and we could see a reverse sweep happen, Popgun.
Go to Clan Blitz. Do not go to Rainmaker. Neither one of those Rainmaker games were anywhere close to competitive. They're doing nothing for you other than just mentally beating you down. And you can't go to Splat Zones because you want on it. You can't go to Tower Control. You have no choice. You need to go to Clan Blitz right here if you're making the counter pick. And it looks like, as let me see in the chat if they made a selection just yet. They haven't made a selection, so they're making a little bit of time. But that's the choice, right? You can't go back to Rainmaker how those last 2 ended. And they are, in fact, going to do that. Clan Blitz at Mega Mart.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, you can't have... I'll say the Rainmaker matches that we had in Scorch and Octo𝝿. You don't want to pick that same counter pick 3 times in a row and get that loss. So, or 2 times in a row and get that loss. So yeah, I agree with you. I think that's a very wise choice.
Now the question is, are they picking this so that they can keep that blaster? that they've been using. It seems like Rose has just been dedicating to the Ballestra. Or are they thinking, because Rose has been their X-Splosh player as well, right? I'm thinking they're picking this here so that Rose can switch to X-Splosh and they can move their other players to different weapons and go back to that comp they were using a little bit earlier in the Squids Ztrikes set that was working out into their favor. I'm not saying Rose's blaster hasn't been great. I'm saying they need more paint. If anything, what had they been doing with these slower comps and these faster game modes just aren't working. So I think that's another adjustment why they picked this map in particular, why they're going to change things. But if you're Xander, and you've been using Roller really well, you're probably looking at this and saying, thanks, I'm happy to use Roller here as well.
You know, it's hard to find that perfect map and mode, but I think to what you said, this one is going to be the one that benefits Octo𝝿 the most based on how these last few games have gone. And we can see here, they're both teams taking a little bit more time than what we saw. They know the stakes are higher now. I think especially with Octo𝝿 going from a 2-0 to a 2-2, they kind of know, okay, we can't just like A button simulator. We gotta really take this one in.
Yeah, I think it was just Rainmaker might just be the issue for Octo𝝿, and Zero Luck found just being a little bit better, especially in their openings, of how they get control of mid, how they move with the Rainmaker, how they're more decisive with their decision making instead of a little bit more passive. But now we're going to Clan Blitz, and there is Rose on the X-Splosh, so they move Tato over to the machine, and there is Xander coming back out with the same exact roller they were using before, with an X-Splosh of their own coming out from Nemesis. So, honestly, the only difference here is Xander's roller versus Slick Stamper.
Yeah, again, you're right. That really is the only difference in this game. So again, both of these teams going to have to try to plan that accordingly with how they're going to attack. And right now, one player is going to go down on Octo𝝿 pretty early on. That's going to be the Explo. Of course, in this situation, in Claims, once you just find somebody, you're just going to splat them. It's going to be scattered all around the entire map. Two players now going to be going down on Octo𝝿. And look at this, Lacy Ice able to push forward, and they're going to be scoring. So look at this, serving as a distraction. Not going to have any claims of their own, but the rest of their team is really cooking right now, getting these claims in. A very good bubble, too, by Xander.
If they get below 60, though, you want to do that on your opening push, but with the position Xander's in right now, just bash him to death with your roller. Oh my goodness, the roller doing work against that crab there, and the push is still not done, by the way. The basket is still open. I believe there's one player, Zeke, that's being a little bit pesky, throwing a few more clams in and not dying either on top of it. Oh, wow. Zero Luck found just do anything they want to do right now.
I think, okay, so with that push, getting all the way down to 38, Zero Luck found did such a fantastic job identifying when they needed to throw clams in and when they needed to focus on picks. Normally, it's like one thing or the other, and you just kind of leave your basket high and dry at 80, or you just speed run all of your clams and then go down after and get wiped out. But like, they extended that basket open for about a full minute, which is just going to make the other team panic, and it's going to make it that much more difficult for Octo𝝿.
Star able to get a splat right there, but stuck with Rose as they have to retreat from, I believe, is an X-Splosh combined with a Splash-O-Matic as the bullying from Zero Luck found continues. Lacy Ice throwing in some more clams. Here's the roller starting to build up some more, coming around this backside. I don't know, they realize that the roller is back up top here again, getting a double while throwing in all 5 of their clams. Xander is not fair. That is just completely utter dominance that they're showing right now. Nemesis going to extend this basket a little bit further, and Zeke's going to put this one away. No! They get wiped out. Oh, actually, this is... even though they got 95 points and they're so close to getting KO, the worst thing you can do in Clan Blitz and Mako Mart at any point is to get wiped out, because look how quickly Octo𝝿 is going to be able to respond and capture space on the enemy side of the map.
Yeah, these baskets are so close together too, and it's just such a small map. But look at this, they're not done yet. It looks like Octo𝝿's still trying to take control, but again, no power clams on their side. They only have 4 clams altogether, but they do have some more map control. But in this situation, any push that you have has to be a good push. With just about 2 minutes left, Zero Luck found doing such a good job getting more map control.
And this has just been the theme of the last 2 games so far. Zero Luck found has just been able to do whatever they feel like they want to do. And Octo𝝿 is just along for the ride, as they got one more player left alive. Here's the basket going to get popped yet again. No, actually, no. somebody skipped leg day because the pass came up a little bit too short, but still it doesn't matter because they can just go pick up the clam, and now it's done. Zero Luck Found completes the reverse sweep, and if you didn't see the first 2 games, you would have thought this was a very dominant 3-0 coming out from Zero Luck Found. They are moving on to grand finals.
Yeah, the pace of these games has quickly changed after that game too. And okay, just in that last moment there, Lacey Ice did such a good job with the crab, just identifying and pushing up and splatting all the players while the rest of their teammates were able to throw clams in. Like you said, getting all the way to 95 on that first push, it's great. Obviously, can be very tricky for the other team to push in, but it didn't take much longer for Octo𝝿 to gain control. But fortunately for Zero Luck Found, they were able to respond from that and continue to push in, and like they had a lot of penalty points they had to get through to get the knockout, so they made 2 fantastic pushes 2 times in a row.
The JPEG Mr. Beast Burger Player of the Match award goes out to Xander, which I hope we got a clip of Xander just bashing the devil out of that crab in that corner there, the enemy base. Xander was just they did not have an answer for that roller, and that's why I was saying, like, okay, yeah, you want to pick this map so you can go back to X-Splosh with Rose, but Xander's also saying, yeah, thanks, I'm more than happy to do that, and they flexed on him over that whole set. Now, this is where the Game 4 decision comes into play, because you pick Rainmaker, and you're not competitive there at all. And maybe this is the map and mode they picked against Zero Luck Found when they played earlier in this set, and they won on there. The problem is, you got destroyed 2 straight games. That takes a huge toll on your psyche. And on the flip side, it gives the other team all the momentum that they need to physically and mentally come out and destroy you in game 5 like that. There's just too much momentum in Zero Luck Found's favor right there. And, well, they're hoping to continue to ride out that momentum in grand finals. Before we get to that, we're going to take a very short break. In the meantime, you guys go use the bathroom, get your water, get your popcorn, and we will be right back with the epic conclusion of the Low Ink April 2023 tournament. Stick around.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Low Inc. April 2023. We are getting ready for the grand finals. My name is Octo𝝿. I am joined here by Popgun. And look, we have two teams who already, I believe they faced each other earlier on in this bracket. Squids Ztrikes going 6-0 in their bracket yesterday, not dropping a game versus what is going to be Zero Luck Found in this matchup.
I'm stressed out listening to that Clam Blitz music, so I'm sure the players might be feeling the same kind of anxiety as well. Or this could be a situation where neither team really thought they were going to be in grand finals of this tournament. Zero Luck Found was in beta bracket, last month, which beta bracket in a top 32 tournament up to an alpha the next month isn't really that big of a surprise. We see that happen all the time. Squids Ztrikes, though, who again, they lost to whoever the hell was Lego My Ego last month in Epsilon bracket. I would be shocked if they were really expecting to have this kind of a glow up this time around. Undefeated per game, mind you, yesterday. And they've lost some games this time around, but they haven't been defeated yet. They're undefeated per matches, and they're looking to keep that perfect streak going here. So they just got to win 3 more games, and the tournament is theirs.
That's right, and I stand corrected. They have not faced each other yet, but obviously have some common opponents being Octo𝝿, that both of these teams did face and end up beating out in the winners final and the losers final. So look, we just saw a reverse sweep happen in the losers bracket with Zero Luck Found completing that, winning those last 3 games in a row, and they're looking on to once again face on a very tough Squids Ztrikes opponent who won 3-1 against Octo𝝿. We'll be starting off with the same map that we just saw in our previous set, Macamart, but this time on Splat Zones.
Zero Luck Found winning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight matches in losers bracket. 3 of them coming down to a decisive game. You just saw one of them there. Macamart, the same exact map. A little bit of a different mode that we saw in the previous set. And they looked pretty comfortable there. And I think we might see Xander Roller Shenanigans make their way back onto the stage here. Now, Squids Ztrikes, the question for them is, how did they treat that break that they have? It wasn't a crazy long break, maybe about an hour, maybe 45 minutes. Maybe quicker than that, considering how quickly Zero Ztrikes was able to make their counter picks. But did they play solo queue? Did they continue to play the game to burn themselves out? Or did they just pause? Did they watch the stream, study up on their opponent, and make some game plans of what they wanted to do to make sure they close out this set? The answer to that and more coming up right now, as it is grand finals of Low Inc. April 2023. Game 1, Splat Zones and Macamart.
All right, taking a look once again here, Squids Ztrikes in the teal, and we are going to have Zero Luck Found in the pink. We're going to see that Tri-Slosher come out with the Soda, so we're once again going to see Soda, and kind of the same comps that we saw there on Zero Luck Found, the Junior, the Machine, and the Explo once again from Nemesis.
Casuals are just going crazy right now. If a Sploosh wins Low Inc., we're never going to hear the end of it. And that is, you know what? Regal's been extremely useful with this Sploosh all day long, making sure that hammer's been very effective. But the main weapon, when you get right in somebody's face, it's pretty much a GG in your favor, as we saw them able to do right there. And Squids Ztrikes picking up right where they left off, getting control of the zone and the lead, and forcing Zero Luck Found back, at least for the time being.
Yeah, and like obviously with the Sploosh, you're going to have a lot of paint, but you're just going to have a lot of chaotic paint too, especially with that curling bomb, with a lot of unpredictable movement and maybe fake flanks as well. You see the curling bomb, oh, they're going to be flanking here. No, maybe they're not. So it can really serve as a distraction as well, but Squids Ztrikes still being able to hold on. Now it's going to be taken over by Zero Luck Found, who once again don't really have the same paint output. Actually, it's pretty darn close of comparing some of these weapons, but Zero Luck Found, this is a very skirmishy map once again, as we don't have a ton of range on either time. We're going to see the strikes come out and the missiles come out, and it's going to push Lacey back very, very far, and ultimately it's going to allow Squids Ztrikes to really take control of mid, and look at that paint.
So far, Zero Luck Found having a lot more difficulty getting behind the opponent that they were able to do against Octo𝝿. Squids Ztrikes a little bit more mentally disciplined at this point in the set. That could always change, but they're not finding those easy routes that they found before, and they can't even get out of their own base. That is a delayed wipeout and a wasted Booyah Bomb on top of that, so they're not going to have that ready to go on the offensive side here as they try to break out of their own zone. Good things coming out from Squids Ztrikes right now. They're applying a lot of pressure, and it's catching Zero Luck Found off guard, at least initially.
It really is, and you have this Tri-Slosher poked up far enough, you will easily take a two down trade in that situation based on the lead and the paint that you have and the control. And look at this, Elliptical still pushing up here on the right stack, just moving over now to the left side. We are going to see a Crab come out, it looks like, from the side of Zero Luck Found. They're going to be losing control. Squids Ztrikes going to be losing control of mid, but not before they gain it back in. Booyah Bomb thrown out once again for Zero Luck Found. They are going to get that cap, giving 56 penalty points, but Squids Ztrikes are not done with this push.
Yeah, all that's really going to do is just serve to annoy Squids Ztrikes because they had to use so much of their resources just to get the zone to pause. Now, it keeps the game going a little bit longer, but what are you going to do now this time around? They all got soda in them. They got some other specials that they're slowly building up. All you really have is Big Bubbler. That's not going to affect the zone too much unless you want to put it on the backside and try to attack the other side with it as well. It looks like they're able to do just that, actually, because they do find a way to splat the Tri-Slosher. And you got Nemesis push up on this left side. But yeah, those missiles coming back out, once again, forcing them to back up a little bit. I wonder if they're... Okay, actually, they don't surrender too much ground right there. And they get the splat on the roller. Hey, things have suddenly shifted into the favor of Zero Luck Found.
Yeah, this is really their first opportunity that they've gained a little more control and able to plan things out without kind of just rushing into mid too. We're going to see some more specials come out from Squids Ztrikes as well. Some of those Ink Strikes, but look, 2 players now going to be down on Zero Luck Found. They're going to be trying to take down Zeke, and they are able to take down Zeke, gaining control once again. Squids Ztrikes able to get some of these key picks with just over a minute left. Drift now trying to find an opportunity to stay alive while keeping control of some of this paint. Rain going to be coming out now for Squids Ztrikes from Zero Luck Found as Squids Ztrikes. Mitch here trying to stay alive, gonna unfortunately go down. 1 minute left, but Zero Luck Found really turning it around. Popgun.
You know, we've seen these Squids Ztrike players kind of go off on their own and making these, I don't want to say hero plays, but just taking these fights and winning them. And it was working out great when they were winning all those fights, but now they're just not winning these 1v1 fights, and that's allowing Zero Luck Found to stay around in this one. Another great play by the Tri-Slosher to get 2 players dragged down with them. And all the penalty points are gone, mind you, from Zero Luck Found is Xander able to make another fantastic play right now. Actually, they're sneakily about to take lead right here, and they might do it because they took care of the Fligs, the player. Mitch is trying to get caught off on side here, able to get a trade, but it's not going to be enough to affect the zone. Zero Luck Found has come back into this. Where did they take the lead? They won't get the KO, though.
That was a perfect bubble opportunity there, but look at this. This is going to be the final moments for Squids Ztrikes if they want to hold on. They do have the player advantage. They are using some of their specials too, displacing members of Zero Luck Found as they are pushed back on their side. You just have to have one opportunity, one moment for one of your players to break in. Xander here, we can see building up a special. We see the Crab come out too as well. Missiles coming out. They're going to be losing control, but no, it's going to be regained there. So it looks like this is going to be... That was a very interesting ending, but the win ultimately in that position going all the way to Zero Luck Found in such a dynamic last 2 minutes, Popgun.
Okay, so from my perspective, it seemed like Squids Ztrikes was just winning their 1v1 fights. They were winning their 1v2 fights. They were sending Mitch around the right side and getting all those splats with the Tri-Stringer, and User Drift was able to do some nice adjustments as well, moving forward and sharking with the roller, going back and anchoring a little bit, building up specials. Like, they were just winning their fights. But when those little 1v1 skirmishes didn't land into their favor, all of a sudden Zero Luck Found was able to get themselves established. They were able to calm down a little bit, and they were the much better team in that second half, where it seemed like in the first half, Squids Ztrikes were about to just run them out of the map, and I'm sitting here thinking, oh gosh, this isn't going to be a very long bracket if they play like this the whole time. But they gave Zero Luck Found a window, and they just took really good advantage of it.
Yeah, now we will be moving on to game 2. This was going to be Squid Ztrikes counter pick and is going to be Rainmaker on Manta Maria. So again, very different pace of what we saw in the first game. And like, remember when we watched, I believe it was Zero, I guess it was earlier with not any of these two teams, but just the pushes and the trying to push against the right side and just, you know, the winning team, the defending team just like throwing bombs and flanking, but ultimately having the other team build their specials. So again, coordination very key here, just like any of the maps and modes that we have. But again, Squid Ztrikes, not that they have had many counter picks here in this month of low ink, but it's a very interesting choice nonetheless.
This is the counter pick they used against Octo𝝿. And remember, they had the slower opening because they used the crackle and roller with the beacon. And by the time they got set up, there was a hammer smashing them all on the back side. And they're... Okay, I don't think that's the same exact comp, but the same idea. They got the Tetras, they got the sploosh back out, and the crackle and roller. The question is, are we going to see the same kind of a quick opening out of Zero Luck Found that we had out of Octo𝝿 last time these two things set up? But look, there's an interesting adjustment. The Crackle and Roller's not putting down any beacons. Instead, they're just going right for mid. That is something they didn't do last time, and look how quickly they're able to take advantage of that. A great adjustment in the opening, and this is a completely different Squid Ztrike team than what we saw before. Oh, they might get the KO right here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Popgun, they're not done in this situation. Avoiding the rain, 2 players going to get down. They're going to go up. No, not going to get to the dunk all the way to 1. This all happened in a span of 33 seconds, too. So now it's just a completely different game just 40 seconds into this game, Popgun.
They changed their opening before they put down the beacons at the very beginning. There are no beacons on the map. What's the point? Just go for the Rainmaker, pop it, and go. They're learning as they move through the tournaments, and now they're picking it back up, and they're going to go at it yet again because there's so much yellow-pink, opting to try to go to that left side, try to divert some attention, doesn't get it. But still, 4 minutes left to go. Plenty of time for Zero Luck Found to get back into this one. But they have to dunk it all the way through. That's a tall task to accomplish in 4 minutes.
It certainly is. And look, now you have a different mentality with this because you know any stalemate that you have if you are Zero Luck Found is a losing situation. Of course you do have a game ahead of them at that point, but you're not even worried about that right now. You are Squid Ztrikes. You are looking to just play some amazing defense, building your specials, and really capitalizing on that push. And again, they've got to be really happy with the adjustments that they've made since the Winners Finals.
And here's where the beacons can come into play in how you can just keep control of everything. Is user drift can find ways to put some beacons on the enemy side of the map, and now you can just keep jumping in. I don't agree. Oh, well, they're being kind of slippery, but just kind of sharking the Rainmaker right there. But you can keep the aggression up. Using the beacons offensively instead of defensively is how you can keep push going forward. And Xander just trying to struggle to stay alive right now as... if I'm being quite honest, I think this might be an ugly 2 minutes and 30 seconds right now because Squid Ztrikes is just dominating. They just map control, winning the fights, doing everything they need to do. Of course, it's Rainmaker, but man, I really don't see how Squid Ztrikes completely chokes away this one.
No, and at this point, there is zero paint from Zero Luck Found over on the side of Squid Ztrikes. They just have not had any opportunity. They are getting some picks here, but not without getting a few players down. Never mind, there we go. 3 players are now going to be down for them too. So like you said, Squid Ztrikes just need to play this very conservatively, or really, as chaotic as they want to, based on how well they did that in the opening push. And they will be surviving and thriving very well.
Yeah, if they keep playing like they're the team that's losing, keep the Rainmaker on the enemy side of the map, this one's going to be over. However, if you're on Zero Luck Found side, and you got a little bit of the slower comp because you're opting to go with this C-Jet here, and you got your roller just basically just kind of going off and trying to make some plays with their curling bomb. I don't know. I mean, they're starting to get control of mid. If that, but there's also a Kraken that's just kind of sharking around that just destroys everything instantly.
Yeah, what I like about that, the Kraken made sure to avoid picking up the Rainmaker on accident. And here we go. This is going to be the first opportunity for Zero Luck Found. Look, it's good they got past that first checkpoint. They don't have to worry about it later on. They still have a minute to regroup and try and make another push. But look, you don't want 3 of your players to go down. Nemesis being able to push a little more too, but trying to be sneaky, it's not going to pay off for them.
Tetris from behind and the hammer right in front of you. I bet you're wondering how I got in this situation. Yeah, you're trying to make a play. We appreciate that. They cleared the first checkpoint to their credit. Squids Ztrikes does have the Rainmaker right now with about 40 seconds left to go, and they're... Okay, so there's only one real opportunity for some shenanigans to go on right here, is if they back up the Rainmaker too far, and then they get splattered with it, kind of like that, and into a delayed wipe. The one thing you can't do, getting this little bit of an opportunity. Now, if you're Zero Luck Found, start pushing up. Xander on this ledge right here, creating some shenanigans going along this right side. Oh, could this... Oh, this is getting interesting when it has no business being that.
Yeah, I mean, just patience from Nemesis and the rest of the teammates being able to push up. Look at this, they are going to drop down, but the Stamp's going to come in and help save the game. 2 players alive now on Zero Luck Found. They won't have the real estate to pick up the Rainmaker, and that is not going to be enough time. So with that, Squids Ztrikes gets the very, very opening early push, getting all the way to 1 in just about 30 seconds and able to hold on and prevent an amazing comeback from Zero Luck Found.
Squids Ztrikes in that final minute just had all of their brain power shut off for a little bit until someone said, no, wait, this is going to be funny. Trust me. We're going to let them drop down, and then I'm going to come out from the trees and just smash them in the head with the hammer, and it's GG from there. So, yeah, more exciting than it had any business being. And, of course, Zero Luck Found, trying to set a tournament record for counter picks, said, hey, remember when Octo𝝿 absolutely crushed us on tower control at Art Academy? Wouldn't it be funny if we went back there yet again? So be it. Hey, they're sticking... This is very obvious that they planned this out, and there's no adjustments going to be made from whenever they plan this out. The book says, first counter pick, tower control, Art Academy. Yes, we'll go with that. All right.
Some things never change, Popgun, no matter the level of Splatoon that we're playing. Take a look at this replay here. This is going to be the opening push that we saw from Squids Ztrikes. The very early pop from Regal, pushing up and extending a little more. They're going to be picking up this Rainmaker and getting it through this right side, no problem at all. And we knew that dunk was going to happen, but the specials then that helped support Squids Ztrikes get that push and re-get this pop once again, keeping that player advantage. It seemed to spiral out of control, and we thought this was going to be a 30-second match, Popgun.
Yeah, and again, just the difference of philosophy of how you play with the same exact comp that you had the last time you played against Octo𝝿. The opening was different. They learned from their mistakes last time. They're getting better as the tournament rolls along. You can start to see how they've made the improvement from being an Epsilon nobody to potentially being an immortal team here, winning low ink. So we're now tied 1-1 apiece, heading to the tower control at the Art Academy. Soda coming back out from Octo𝝿. I'm never going to get that correct quickly. And Nemesis. Thank you, Inky. Yes, greatly done. Nemesis coming out with the Rapid Blaster with the inkjet that we saw them use on tower control Hagglefish.
Both of the machines are going to go down pretty early. I think they just kind of both made a misstep there. And right now, Zero Luck Found able to take control of the tower and have a few of their players push up at that. Look at this. 3 are going to go down now on Squids Ztrikes, as look at this, Nemesis able to push up here on the enemy side, getting some nice picks as well. Tower is now going to quickly get past his first checkpoint, as Zero Luck Found nowhere near to be done. Nemesis once again using this inkjet to help alleviate some of this pain that they might be having, but Zero Strikes Found able to push in a little bit using a Booyah. Regal on that stamp, staying alive, going to be throwing it. 3 players now down on Zero Luck Found. Squids Ztrikes taking over control, but not without the enemy team getting the 64 first.
I like the positioning of Nemesis. I like the fact that they were using their whole kit to make sure they held that area up top there. Nobody else on Zero Luck Found got the memo, though, that they were pushing the tower because nobody was even close to things in mid, and that led to that entire push falling apart, and now it's creating this opportunity for Squids Ztrikes to get the lead, if not find a way to clear that second checkpoint, because you got Mitch now in this great situation. There's nobody even close to the tower, and you don't want to run in right now and feed. You want to surrender this checkpoint right now and start building up your defenses to try to hold on to the third, because Squids Ztrikes are striking hard right now.
Yeah, anytime you have the opportunity to get an aggressive stamp on your team like that, it's going to really pay off, getting all the way to 25, but it looks like that's going to be the end of the push. As one player still alive, they have the Crab able to help get some of the paint and get a shot too. 3 minutes left, and Squids Ztrikes still trying to push this tower, but losing a lot of map control along the way. Mitch getting a very nice pick here on Lacy Ice, as they're now going to go around to the right side to try and flank some of these backlines, but no, it looks like they are going to go down as well. Tower going to be resetting back at mid, while both teams trying to gain control of the map once again.
Yeah, and now is the question, because Zero Luck Found can find a way to get back to the position that they want to do to clear that second checkpoint. It's just, are they going to move as a team, or are they going to try to get there one at a time? Regardless, Squids Ztrikes on the defensive side of things are doing really well, and there's some soda being popped at the ramp. Just as this inkjet is starting to disappear. The inkjet's gone. That's what I'm saying here. But no, they don't get in position. Everybody's got some soda, which means that Squids Ztrikes can be overly aggressive for zero punishment, and Zero Luck Found's forced to play defense here.
Yeah, and I mean, again, with 2 minutes left, you want to be in that situation, too, where you can really apply as much pressure as you can. But, again, a very different change of pace than what we saw in the first game. Zero Luck Found avoiding that Booyah Ball. That was very good there by Drift. Able to stay alive, too. But, look, Squids Ztrike, they are doing everything they need to do to maintain this lead. They're just not letting Zero Luck Found really have an opportunity to take the control of the tower. And you have Regal here on the stamp, taking down some specials, taking down some players, doing such a great job with that stamp.
Regal playing Whack-A-Crab and starting to get the... Man, we've seen a lot of crab abuse go on in this low ink. I think nobody is concerned about that, though, considering what Crab has been doing to the meta since the game first came out. But still, the aggression of Squids Ztrikes, again, they've been having a lot of soda going into their favor. They can make the more aggressive plays without any punishment at all, and they're allowed to, once again, put Zero Luck Found in this situation to where they have to play defense. There's only a minute left. They still have to clear that second checkpoint, and they're nowhere near close to doing that, and they have to burn all their specials yet again just to keep the tower in mid.
Yeah, and this is really a tricky time. You get 2 picks there for your Lacy Ice, and you have to take advantage of that opportunity to take control of the tower, because you haven't had that opportunity yet. And you're going to hope that you have another chance to use some of these specials, and it looks like Zero Luck Found are going to be able to push it a little more. 2 of the players are going to go down. Booyah Bomb thrown at the tower. But look at the Zero Luck Found. They do have control of mid, but they're having such a hard time pushing up on Squids Ztrikes plat.
25 seconds left to go here. Specials online for the defending team in Squids Ztrikes as they're starting to use all of their specials. Zero Luck Found just to try to get something going right here. Nemesis desperately trying to take care of Mitch. Isn't going to get it, but somebody else does take care of them. Regal throws away their hammer and isn't able to get a splat, but they are able to stay alive. It's just a 2v2 situation. Make that a 3v1 as Regal just wins against everybody. No way Xander is going to survive on this tower with all kinds of hell landing on top of them. Squids Ztrikes wins 2 in a row, and they are now 1 game away from winning the tournament.
Yeah, those jumps in at the very end, unfortunately a little too late, and I don't know if it happened any earlier if it would matter because of those Tenta missiles. I love what I saw there from Squids Ztrikes. They did such a good job being able to just push up early, and again, just kind of play the careful game, and knowing that Zero Luck Found would just have to take time to build up their specials. And you're going to do the same thing too. You know, you're going to try and counter their specials with your special. And I think what you mentioned with like the crabs going down because of the stamp, the bubbles going down because of the stamp really helped Squids Ztrikes get that victory. And like you said, moving on to match and tournament point for Squids Ztrikes, they are the winners coming from the alpha bracket. And it looks like the counter pick here from Zero Luck Found is going to be Rainmaker Scorch Gorge.
All right, they won on this last time that they picked this against Octo𝝿. Now, Squids Ztrikes won that last Rainmaker game because, well, they just had a really fantastic opening and never let up since then. The one silver lining here in Zero Luck Found is it seems like the final minute of these last 3 games, Zero Luck Found's been the better team. It seems like Squids Ztrikes starts to burn themselves out by the time they get towards the end of the game. They play really well. Their openings have been way better than Zero Luck Found in all 3 of these games. It's just a question of, can you keep yourself in the game close enough to where if you're Zero Luck Found and you need to come back at the end, you don't have to go all the way and dunk the Rainmaker, but you just got to maybe clear at checkpoint and get a little bit further than it. If Zero Luck Found can just slow down the opening and wear down Squids Ztrikes, they might find a way to close this one out at the end. But they got to kind of endure the harsh opening that we've been seeing coming out here, and it starts with those hammers coming out from the sploosh.
Yeah, and we're going to see the 52 come out again with the Kraken on the side of Squids Ztrikes. So that one is going to be returning. And again, not much changing, but Nemesis going back to the ballpoint. They seem to be switching off and on from the blaster to the ballpoint in this situation. And Regal trying to get that early pop once again, and it looks like they do. Early crab here coming out from Zeke, trying to take out some of these backlines as well. No team really has solid control of mid, as it looks like the Stamp's trying to rush up and take on the Crab, and Regal is going to walk away victorious with that 1v1.
Man, Crab, is Crab really that bad right now? Or is it just, this is just what you see at low ink? Because those hammers are just eliminating Crab. It seems like there's nothing the Crab can do against that, at least in these scenarios we've been seeing. Still, Nemesis starting to work around this backside, getting sucked into a trap. I love the fact that that player was backing up as Nemesis was firing at them, not knowing that their teammates were going to help them as soon as they rounded that corner. And Squids Ztrikes keeping up the aggression yet again. This is a 96 gal, the Kraken that's ready to go. That's going to create the space for the Rainmaker to move if they find ways to start picking it up, which they do.
Yeah, 2 players down with that Kraken. Going to be getting to that checkpoint, getting that dunk. Still having some specials. Unfortunately, those missiles weren't going to get anybody, but it looks like Squids Ztrikes are going to get that Rainmaker pop once again. Stamp coming out. Are we going to see a Stamp throw at Lacy Ice potentially? I don't know what the status of the Stamp. Yes, we are. It's going to break the Crab, but not splat them. So it's going to stop at 2 players down now on Zero Luck Found. This is looking very dangerous, Popgun.
This is... Oh, they got the splat on the Rainmaker. Okay, but the push still isn't going to be over. They're going to pick it up and just go for it. Pass. Oh, wow. Jumps through around that little pillar right there to get a lot more points. And now you got the Kraken going nuts in the base as well. And a lot of players are down from the side of Zero Luck Found. This could be your tournament right here. Is this just a splash? That's the only hope left alive. Zero Luck Found still keeps this one going slightly for now. But I think this could be the end of the tournament right here as more players are still jumping back in for Squids Ztrikes. Opting now finally to just let it go. You say, you know what? Let's just keep this one. We got to 4 remaining, but this is exactly what I said you couldn't do if you're Zero Luck Found. They might have their opportunity at the end of it, but that might be too much of a lead. That might be your tournament right there.
No, that's exactly it. And even though it's 4 remaining and not 1, it's basically the same thing. It's not a matter of who can get higher on the podium without dunking it. If you have to play to win at this point if you are Zero Luck Found. And yeah, the opening, again, not so great on their side, but we've seen what they are capable with 2 minutes left. Look at that Zeke with a very nice pick, taking down the Stamp before it can come out. And Elliptico is able to stay alive as well, trying to get some more paint here at mid. 2 minutes left, but we haven't seen Squids Ztrikes able to, or we haven't seen Zero Luck Found able to pick up the Rainmaker yet, but Nemesis trying to push forward with this Inkjet. Bubble out now, so Zero Luck Found has to take this opportunity and try and pick up the Rainmaker.
Yeah, if you're Zero Luck Found, you have nothing to lose at this point. You just basically just got to try to make things work. Maybe somebody's going to make a hero play, and this is going to bust the doors wide open. I mean, you want to play cool, calm, and calculated in any game, but just under the scenario that you're in right now, the pressure that they're under right now to try to keep this one going, I think you just got to try to make some miracle plays happen. You got a minute 30 to work with. You can fail a couple of times, but what you can't do is just say boxed up in your own side of the base and let timer run out.
No, you have to make those big moves, because when you box up, you're just going to let the enemy team have an opportunity to spot all of you at once. And Nemesis now doing a good job trying to push up once again, taking out some of the players in the back. Lacey there also with the crab. I don't know if... Okay, Nemesis is going to pick it up 2 players down. You, in theory... Oh, that curling bomb!
The sploosh!
Yeah,
Vanilla sploosh clearly broken. We've been sleeping on it forever! Oh,
No,
that is the X! Stop it! Stop the tournament right there! You end on that! Damn!
Miracle plays coming out from Regal, getting 3 down. Started with the curling bomb, ended with the hammer. They are thriving here in these last 30 seconds of this match, Popgun.
Oh, this is getting ugly. This has just gone from a fun tournament to a bad time real quick. And if there's some way that Dual Octo𝝿 can find their ways back into this one, it would be beyond divine intervention at this point. But they're trying. Nemesis trying to get some splats with this inkjet along this left side as the Booyah Bomb lands right onto the tower where the Rainmaker is. Then that is wow. Wow, Squids Ztrikes. We see you. Welcome to immortality. You are Low-Ink champions with an exclamation point on top of it.
See, normally we get so excited at this moment in the match, but all of the hype happened 30 minutes or 30 seconds before this with that amazing, amazing stamp play by Regal. Congratulations there to Squids Ztrikes, winning Low-Ink April 2023.
Woo! There you go. Hey, the people in Gamma bracket that just got eliminated instantly are probably looking at this and saying, this could be us next month. This is the beauty of Low-Ink. Regardless of what you think the Low-Ink skill cap should be, it never matters. The team that plays the best the weekend, regardless of whatever their stupid div is, or whatever our expectations of them are, or whatever their past is, any given weekend, anybody can win this tournament, and Squids Ztrikes stands alone at this one. And bless the hearts of everybody that doesn't like Sploosh or thinks Sploosh shouldn't be used in competitive, because yikes.
Yeah. Hey, you called it. Has a Sploosh ever won in Low-Ink, Popgun?
No, of course not. Oh, no. Okay, so like Sploosh 7 in Splatoon 2, yes. Lowest particularly, but I mean, just yeah, that happened. That is a thing that definitely happened.
You know, you talk about kind of these teams that we focused on here, I'll say in the top 4, and like you said, all of them kind of coming from different types of backgrounds of where they placed, I'll say like last month in Low-Ink, where they all did participate, but you said we had an Epsilon, we had a beta bracket. I don't, you know, it's just crazy kind of the caliber and the level, and I know we had a few of these teams drop, and you know, we had to kind of put it in this, the alpha, beta, gamma formation rather than a top 32, but at the end of the day, these teams just played so well and it was so close together.
Fantastic run for a lot of teams here. So many teams made it deep into alpha bracket that probably weren't expecting to have this kind of a tournament run, but it was just a magical Sunday for those that did not drop and actually played all the way through. Hats off to everybody for another Low-Ink weekend. Oh boy, that's going to do it for us here. As you see some of the other brackets that I believe we're done across the board. Beta bracket's already done. Gamma is finished as well. Karyoku getting the 3-0 over Last Wish. So congratulations to all the teams that won this weekend and everybody that's played, and from all of our lovely staff behind the scenes as well. Falco, where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me Falco Flyer on Twitch and Falco Flyer 11. You can also find me commentating some CCA matches at 8:30 p.m. on Splatoon Tourney. We will be starting off with a live look-in of 2 sets on the CCA channel along with Splatoon Tourney 1 before Saf, Toma, and I move on to our own match. We will be casting the Div 3 semis between Barracuda and University, or UWW. I think they're like the smallest school in CCA. I don't even know what school that is. So it's going to be great. You got to check it out.
And you can find me walking the dog because I believe the rain has stopped and it's starting to warm up a little bit outside. It's not snowing where I am. I'm hearing snow in some other parts of the country. Sucks to suck. You can also find me recapping all of the things that you saw today on the podcast tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Also, I'm looking at my calendar. Ink TV on Thursday commentating. Ink TV on Friday commentating. Also, we're doing a Proving Grounds on Saturday. If you're a low ink team, I've always thought Proving Grounds would be the least friendly tournament for you, but low ink caliber teams have been destroying really good teams in Proving Grounds as of late. So there's still things for you to get out of that tournament if you care enough to sign up, or don't. I don't care. From all of us here at IPL, the head TOs for this event, myself, JPEG, Hoenn Hero, our lovely and talented producer behind the camera, Ink Fair, all the fantastic staff that we have. We thank you for playing, participating, watching, and losing your channel points betting on the wrong team. And we will see you guys back here next month for the May 2023 edition of Low Ink here on IPL.